Good morning. I think we're having a bit of technical difficulty for a couple of board members, so I've been giving them a moment to see if we can fix that. Looks like Gretchen is on and her audio is working. Let's see. And we're waiting for Carissa to join. She's having some difficulty, but we can get started in the meantime. I think. All right. Good morning and welcome to the May 25th, 2023 meeting of the DC Historic Preservation Review Board. My name is Marnique Heath, Chair of the Board. Public notice of this WebEx meeting and participation instructions have been emailed to the project applicants and the HPO mailing list and posted on the Office of Planning website. The meeting is live streamed and archived on the Office of Planning's YouTube channel. Please be aware that if you're watching on YouTube, you will not be able to provide testimony. Those wishing to provide testimony must register in advance and join via WebEx. I want to ask each board member participating in today's meeting to now turn on their cameras, and I will do a roll call to identify who's present. Board Member Auerbach.
Good morning, Board Member Auerbach present.
Good morning. Board Member Beatty was having some difficulty. Not sure if she's gotten on yet, but I expect her momentarily. Board Member Bell.
Bell, present.
Good morning. And Board Member Failer.
Good morning, Board Member Failer, present.
Excellent. We should have all of us present today, but I will, once Chris is on, I'll announce her arrival. Before we begin the meeting, I'll go over a few procedural points. Actually, I see her now.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I apologize for the technical difficulties. I'm here.
No worries. Glad you were able to get on. Good morning. The camera function has been enabled for participants or for presenters and board members only. Presenters and board members. At the beginning of each case, cameras can be turned off so that the focus is on the presentation slides. When cameras are off, each person speaking should identify themselves. I'll first ask HPO staff to present their report and evaluation of the case, and then I'll ask the applicant to present their project plans. HPO has preloaded the plans provided by the applicant and will advance the slides upon request. Following the applicant's presentation, we'll hear testimony from ANCs, community groups, and individuals who have registered to speak. The camera function is not available to those providing testimony. After all testimony has been presented and the board is ready to ask questions and deliberate, I'll ask board members, staff, and presenters to turn on their cameras. After the board is finished deliberating and taken a vote on the project, cameras can then be turned off again for the next presentation. In accordance with the ANC Act, the Historic Preservation Review Board is committed to giving careful consideration to the community and ANC comments that we receive. Our regulations require us to give great weight to properly adopted written recommendations of ANCs in the matters that come before us. To ensure that great weight is given, the board discusses and addresses each issue or concern raised in ANC resolutions as a part of our deliberation, and then includes that discussion in the public record of the case as recorded in the live videos of our meetings. Following the meeting on the board's behalf, HPO archives the video recordings on the HPO website, keeping them accessible to the public. They prepare a written summary of the board's actions which includes a report of our findings and conclusions on any issues and concerns raised in ANC resolutions, articulating with particularity and precision our reasons why the ANC did or did not offer persuasive advice, and then posts the written record on the HPO website 1 week following the meeting, keeping it permanently accessible to the public. So we do have a few cases on our consent calendar, just 2 today. Does anyone have any comments on those cases?
Yeah, Chair Heath, this is Gretchen Failer. I do have just 2 quick comments, one on each. Mostly just reaffirming staff's requests in their reports. On the first, just to be sure that that the applicants do understand that they do need to lower the height, and then I'm comfortable delegating, of course, the rest to staff. And then on the other, looking at simplifying the detail and changing from the panelization to the recommendation from staff's report on the elevation along the alley.
Okay. All right, thank you for those. Anyone else have comments? All right, then I will make a motion that we approve both consent calendar cases with the comments that Gretchen has added. Is there a second?
Arbach, I'll second it.
Thanks, Andrew. Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in approval, all those who approve signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone oppose? All right, so the motion carries. Before we begin our agenda for today, we have been asked by council to go into executive session for some advice from council. I do want to take a vote on that. So I'll make a motion that we go into closed session for advice from council.
Second.
Thanks. Any further discussion on that? Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right. Then we will disconnect from here and be back in just a few minutes. Thanks. All right, we're back from executive session. I'm just waiting for a few board members to join. And then we'll start with our first hearing of the day, which is a historic designation at the U.S. Naval Observatory. Okay. Andy, would you like for the applicant to begin with their presentation?
Yes, I was just going to make a couple of introductory remarks very
Okay.
briefly, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Sure, you can start.
All right, well, good morning, and to you and members of the board. The Historic Preservation Office is very pleased to bring before you this morning a National Register of Historic Places and DC Inventory of Historic Sites nomination package for the United States Naval Observatory. We're also pleased that Haley Schreiber of John Milner and Associates, which is the consulting team that prepared the nomination for the Navy, is available to present an overview of the nomination's findings and recommendations today. HBO believes this nomination is very well written, well deserved, and long overdue, given the exceptional significance the observatory demonstrates in the fields of architecture, history, landscape architecture, and archaeology, especially the significance associated with the many scientific accomplishments that have been and continue to be attributable to the observatory, and the significance related to the work of preeminent architect Richard Morris Hunt. It should be noted that Hunt's buildings at the observatory constitute the entirety of his work within the District of Columbia. The Historic Preservation Office has actually long maintained that the observatory has sufficient significance and integrity to be designated a National Historic Landmark, and we suggested as much during the Section 106 consultations for the new master clock facility that was recently constructed at the site. Although the Navy didn't agree to an NHL nomination during the course of consultation, they did agree to finally recognize the observatory for the nationally significant institution that it is in the form of this National Register nomination. And we're confident that the board will agree the observatory deserves to be recognized for its many important contributions. And with that, I will defer to Haley to provide an overview of the nomination unless anyone has any questions of me.
Do any board members have questions at this point? All right, then we'll hear from the applicant.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, good morning. Everyone can hear me, I assume. My name is Haley Schreiber, and I'm an architectural historian with JMA Preservation. On behalf of NAVFAC, my colleagues Andrew Marshall, John Mott, and I are submitting a nomination for the U.S. Naval Observatory Historic District. Our team worked together to research, synthesize, and write a nomination that represents the rich building stock of scientific, institutional, and residential buildings, sites, and objects within the Naval Observatory. Next slide. So a brief introduction to the setting. The United States Naval Observatory, which I'll call the USNO from here out, is located in Northwest Washington, D.C., and is situated between the bustling corridors of Massachusetts and Wisconsin avenues. The nearly 74-acre property is distinctly circular and surrounded by residential neighborhoods and pockets of wooded areas, gardens, and embassies. The USNO Historic District boundaries encompass Observatory Circle in its entirety and consists of 69 resources, 27 of which are contributing and 42 are non-contributing. Of the 27 contributing resources, there are 15 buildings, 9 sites, and 3 objects. Next slide. Now, because we don't have a ton of time, I'm going to try and keep the history as succinct as possible, but I thought it was important to acknowledge where the USNO started. So the USNO is one of the oldest scientific agencies in the country. The idea for the American Observatory began with President John Quincy Adams in 1825, but it was not until 1844 when the Naval Observatory was built on 24th and East Street on a hill in Foggy Bottom. For nearly 50 years, the observatory remained at the Foggy Bottom location where numerous significant scientific studies were carried out. However, by the late 1870s, it was clear that the observatory had to move out of the city due to unhealthy conditions like malaria and, of course, the fog. Next slide. In 1893, after nearly 50 years at the site on the river, the observatory moved to its current location on what was then the end of Massachusetts Avenue in Georgetown Heights, and its new buildings were designed by renowned American architect Richard Morris Hunt. At that time, the rural site was well outside of the city in the farmland above Georgetown. This move provided better astronomical observing conditions, as the new site boasted a particularly high elevation and was sparsely populated. However, many buildings remained from the previous owners, the Barber family. So as you can see with the red circles, there was the mansion house, a smokehouse, hay barns, and other outbuildings of that sort. Okay, next slide. In 1890, the structure and roof of the main administration building, or Building 1, was completed and portions of the Barber estate were in mid-demolition to make way for the prime vertical house, which is Building 9. So in the picture on the left, you can see the top of the Italianate mansion that belonged to the Barber family, and then the new observatory buildings going in right in front of it. From 1891 to 1893, 10 Hunt-designed buildings were completed, which are current-day buildings 1 through 9 and 16. These buildings are the only structures in Washington, D.C. designed by Richard Morris Hunt. Next slide. I thought it was important to include this map because it really emphasizes how the observatory was very planned. So the mission of the observatory was rooted in practicality rather than abstract astronomical exploration, and it was to provide the Navy data for navigation. Therefore, in order to produce accurate standard measurements for timekeeping and navigation, Hunt and the Navy carefully planned the campus to be sympathetic to direction and degrees between the many interrelated buildings. This type of planning prevented buildings from obstructing observation points and increased the ability of instruments to achieve accurate and precise measurements. So as you can see at the top left, kind of the access point of buildings, that's the highest point on the hill. It's also where the mansion was. And then all the buildings correspond in these like great view sheds and viewpoints from between the buildings. Excuse me. Next slide. During this initial phase of construction, additional buildings designed by other architects were constructed on the campus, including the superintendent's residence and boiler house by Leon Desez and quarters B and C by William J. Marsh. And this is an image showing early construction of Administration 1, or the administration building. Next slide. Important structures like the marker houses or meridian marks were constructed to aid observational astronomy. And as the first phase of construction reached completion, the observatory landscape experienced minimal changes. Only those roads within the immediate vicinity of the administration building were heavily graded, filled, curbed, or paved. The remaining grounds were still rough, wooded, and bisected by ravines and tributaries of Rock Creek. Next slide. Subsequent construction of buildings aligned with major worldwide events, discoveries, or expeditions. So as you can see in this aerial from 1930, the observatory looked much as it does today. The remaining parcels had been purchased in the bottom left-hand corner. More roads were laid out, and small buildings were constructed to house new instruments. And a lot of these occurred as small clusters around some of the original buildings. To the right, we have the Vice President's residence, and above that, the clock building. Next slide. Today, the USNL Historic District displays a rich and eclectic stock of scientific, institutional, and residential resources that maintain their original design and materials. The phases of development are representative and even exemplary of national events and architectural styles in the United States. Many of the buildings within the district have retained their original appearance and use and continue to communicate the history of the U.S. Naval Observatory. In this portion of the presentation, we'll be diving into the 27 contributing resources within the Historic District, which are in red on the map to the right. Next slide. The 15 contributing buildings are predominantly Greek Revival and Classical Revival in style, with a smaller representation of Queen Anne, Colonial Revival, International Style, and modern architectural styles. A majority of the buildings are 1 to 2 stories in height and are of masonry or wood frame construction. You can go to the next slide now. The buildings of the USNL Historic District are in good condition and retain a moderate to high level of integrity to portray their significance in their national role of timekeeping, navigation, and astronomy. While individual buildings may have been altered, the district as a whole retains its integrity. Next slide. The 9 contributing sites located within the Historic District include the remains of 2 pre-naval observatory buildings, which are buildings 150 and 151, 6 Naval Observatory era buildings, so that's 6, 7, 27, 28, and 30 on the screen, and the Naval Observatory era landscape. The extant foundations of the transit houses and marker buildings communicate the important linear planning arrangement between the observation buildings and these support structures. The Barber Estate era foundations are considered contributing as the sites possess the potential to provide information on pre-observatory life and are associated with the locally prominent Barber family. And lastly, the landscape is a contributing site to the Historic District as its natural topography was integral in the selection of the area for the new observatory in 1881. The district retains its characteristically high and rolling landscape with roads, pathways, vegetation, and view sheds that largely date to the district's original period of construction. Next slide. The Historic District also contains 3 contributing objects. This includes a circa 1945 flagpole base and 2 World War I era Navy anchors, which were all installed in 1954. All 3 of these objects commemorate the significance of the wartime era when the observatory expanded to support war efforts. Next slide. Okay, and now for the discussion of the Statement of Significance. So in our original submission, we had noted the period of significance from 1887 to 1972, which encompasses when Richard Morris Hunt began designing buildings to the then 50-year mark, which we now realize will need to be updated to 1973. We have nominated the district under criteria A, C, and D, which will be covered in the following slides. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. Criterion A. For its association, the Naval Observatory is nominated for its associations to communications, education, engineering, invention, maritime history, military, and politics government history of the U.S. The Naval Observatory is the leading authority in the U.S. for astronomical and timing data required for the navigation at sea, on land, or in space. The observatory's role in the fields of timekeeping, navigation, and astronomy has been essential to the Navy's accomplishments during the 20th century. The Historic District's buildings, sites, and surrounding landscape are representative of past accomplishments in astronomy and naval support, and its continued involvement in these critical national efforts. So I included some photos just of some of the astronomers at work, the marker houses being constructed, and I thought this image on the right was particularly fascinating, just showing how large the telescopes were. Next slide. The The Naval Observatory is eligible under Criterion C as an exemplary architectural collection, which exhibits distinct phases of growth and development. Generally dating from 1888 to 1945, the 15 contributing buildings are an eclectic mix of architectural styles. Additionally, the observatory is nationally significant for its architecture, as its first phase was designed by famed American architect Richard Morris Hunt. 9 out of 10 Hunt's designs stand today and are his only buildings in DC. Additionally, locally celebrated architects like William J. Marsh and Leon Desez both designed prominent structures. The architecture of the historic district exhibits high artistic value with distinct massing, classical elements in design, excellent building materials, and an intact surrounding landscape. Next slide. In addition to A and C, the USNO is eligible under Criterion D as the extant foundations of the Smokehouse and Barber Mansion have yielded or are likely to yield information important to history. 2 data sets have been identified within the proposed historic district, with one linked to the period of significance and one predating it. Next slide. So here you can see the buildings as they stand today and then some historic photographs. And though individual buildings have been altered due to changes in function or equipment, the U.S. Naval Observatory Historic District as a whole retains a high level of integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association. The Historic District maintains key characteristics such as sightlines between buildings, the characteristically rolling landscape, and view sheds that date to the district's original period of construction. And I believe that is the end of the presentation, and we'll open it up to discussion.
Thank you. Do any board members have questions?
I have a question, Madam Chair, if nobody
Sure.
does. A question for the applicant. In terms of the construction of these buildings, was there any thought or diligence given to or anything that you've uncovered regarding the labor used to construct the buildings? And my thought specifically goes to the concept of including racial equity here and speaking to slave labor. If there's any evidence of that.
In my research, there has not been. I didn't come across anything like that, but that is something we could potentially explore more. I'm sure there was.
Mm-hmm.
It's likely that there was.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, my ask would be that there be some diligence or some thought put into uncovering that. Yeah. For inclusion.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing that up, Carissa.
Carissa, thank you. That was one of my questions, and then the other one that I was going to ask along those lines is if there from the archaeology, if there's any sort of pre-settlement, pre-European settlement information available about the site, if it was used for anything else that's worth mentioning, or if you weren't able to find that, noting specifically that you weren't able to find that in the information that you did. Either way, but just being more clear about it.
Yeah, so we did document that there are three prehistoric sites within the observatory, but they're not contributing to the site for this time period.
Great. Did you have any follow-up, Gretchen? Or did that conclude your questions? Good. Okay. Anyone else? All right. We do have an A&C letter in support of this application that's in the record. Just want to note that. if there are no other questions, then I think, as staff has indicated, this is certainly worthy of designation and likely long overdue. So I will make a motion that we approve the application and ask that it be amended with the additional information requested by Board Member Beatty.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right. Anyone oppose? Great, the motion carries. Thank you so much for this really thorough, well done application.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. We're ready to proceed with our next application, which is really an informational presentation on the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines. Staff ready to make your presentation?
Good morning. This is Steve Colcott,
Mhm.
you have, I guess we've given you all two presentations on this topic over the past 18 months, 12 months to 18 months. And I'm joined today by Heba El-Gawish, who is the project manager at the Office of Planning. And she's going to start and give you some background on this. And I'm going to chime in about halfway through.
All right, sounds good. Heba, you can proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Heba El-Gawish. I'm a senior cross-systems planner with the DC Office of Planning and have been the project manager on this Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines Planning Initiative. So the DC Office of Planning released the draft Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines for public review and comment on April 21st, following a year-long planning and engagement process. The community has been invited to submit their comments via a public input comment form that was linked to and is linked to on the project website. And the public comment period will continue to run through Friday, May 26th. So that is tomorrow. We can go to the next slide. So as Steve mentioned, we have presented to the board a couple of times now on this planning initiative, but I did want to set some context that is driving the premise for these development guidelines and what they're intended to achieve. And first, just highlighting the recently completed 2025 DC Historic Preservation Plan, which highlights the pressure for new development and new housing, particularly affordable housing, to respond to the district's surging population. The DC Historic Preservation Plan states that historic preservation must embrace the challenges of equity, racial justice, access to adequate supply of affordable housing, and responsible development in the face of climate change, and doing so while attending to the places and history that residents value and admire. Next slide. And in looking at the demographics and growth trends in Cleveland Park and Woodley Park neighborhoods, we see that these areas have lagged behind the district. The census tracts that encompass Cleveland Park and Woodley Park have grown at the third of the rate of the district as a whole, and those areas remain overwhelmingly white with higher median incomes compared to the district as a whole. So the share of white to Black residents is 75.5% to 6.3% compared to the district-wide 41% and 43% respectively. And the median household income is almost at 140% that of district-wide. And we've compiled this data analysis in an existing conditions report that is also available on the project website. Next slide. So just as an overview for the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines, they're really intended to provide a blueprint for adapting the built environment in Cleveland Park and Woodley Park historic districts to guide growth alongside preservation, with the goal of supporting the need for housing at various income levels and household sizes, as well as sustaining a thriving commercial corridor and enhancing the public realm for current and future residents and visitors. With future land uses established in the comprehensive plan, these guidelines take an urban design approach to demonstrate how increased building heights and densities could be implemented in the commercial areas around the Cleveland Park and Woodley Park metro stations. And this project is also part of a broader Rock Creek West Corridors planning initiative to advance the district's housing production goals. Next slide. These guidelines are intended to be used by private property owners, developers, design professionals, as well as district agencies and community groups when developing or reviewing proposals for development projects or public space improvements within the study area. Specifically, the guidelines are intended to be used by the Historic Preservation Board in its review of development proposals within the Cleveland Park and Woodley Park Historic Districts, the Zoning Commission in its evaluation of planned unit developments or change in the zoning for the area, the Office of Planning in its preparation of reports for HPRB and the Zoning Commission, the Public Space Committee in the review of temporary and permanent uses of public space, the ANC and community groups in the review of development applications. The Cleveland Park and Woodley Park Main Streets can also use these guidelines when they're considering grants or other programs that are aimed at improving building facades and commercial sidewalks. And finally, district and federal agencies in their consideration of public investments and planning to accommodate projected growth along the corridor. Next slide. The Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines was really produced through a robust year-long community engagement process. And to achieve inclusive and meaningful engagement outcomes, the project team organized a range of in-person and online activities that were open both to the broad public as well as targeted to specific groups. And in order to ensure representation across a broad sector of the community and the district as a whole, opportunities to participate online, focus group conversations with targeted stakeholders, pop-ups at neighborhood events, and door-to-door discussions with local business owners offered a variety of ways to engage and created safe spaces to participate in the process. At each of these events, there were clear opportunities for public feedback that have informed these development guidelines. And a record of all the outputs shared and key feedback received has been posted to the project website for the duration of the planning process. And in addition to these activities, the planning process included multiple check-ins with the ANC and of course with this board and local civic groups. Next slide. Last fall, the project team held and the Office of Planning held 2 in-person community design conversations, as well as an online design survey where we examined development scenarios on a number of opportunity sites with illustrative graphics that depicted a range of heights and densities and design strategies to accommodate the future land use designations in those 2 neighborhoods. This slide highlights the overarching themes that we've heard at those in-person events and the online survey, including the desire for more density to support housing and greater affordability, the preference for cohesion and design that honors the unique character of Cleveland Park and Woodley Park while avoiding uniformity. And we've also heard the need for more outdoor dining space, greater walkability, and pedestrian safety. Next slide. And so the draft document was really organized around 3 components, opening with an executive summary that outlines the purpose of the development guidelines and how they were produced, with an introduction chapter that starts with a background on the evolution of the segment of this corridor, applicability of the guidelines to development, and ways in which their implementation can advance housing equity goals in Rock Creek West. The building design guidelines chapter, outlined in chapter 2, describes how compatibility of new development can be achieved within the historic district through design strategies that address building massing and height transitions, facade modulation, street wall design and activation, building projections, and building materials and articulation. Chapter 3 of the document is oriented around a public realm strategy that promotes an inclusive and safe public realm for residents and visitors of all ages, socioeconomic backgrounds, and abilities. The streetscape design guidelines create functional and enjoyable sidewalks that support area businesses and destinations along the corridor through elements such as lighting, signage, planting, furnishings, and public art. And finally, a supplemental appendix outlines the planning process, including the ways in which a racial equity lens was applied to background research and analysis, the community engagement approach, the disaggregation of data by race, and the underscoring of equity policies through urban design framework. A section describing the current conditions of the building and streetscape character has also been provided for context and documentation of architectural styles and streetscape characteristics observed along the corridor. Next slide. The draft development guidelines include guidance for future zoning changes that align with the comprehensive plan land use policies, with refinements that take into consideration the historic nature of the area. And so for Cleveland Park, that translates to future zoning that allows building heights of up to 75 feet and a 5.0 FAR. And on the next slide, for Woodley Park, looking at zoning changes to allow building heights of up to 90 feet with a floor area ratio of 6.0 on the west side and 75 feet and 5.5 FAR on the east side. These different height and mass recommendations take into consideration the surrounding context, where existing high-rise buildings are found to the west of the commercial area, while the east side of the Woodley Park commercial area is characterized by narrower lots and is adjacent to lower scale residential. And from here, I will hand it off to Steve to walk through some of the specifics of the design strategies.
Thank you. What we tried to capture in the building design guidelines are the principles that the HPRB, the board, has applied in other areas of the city on how to compatibly accommodate new construction within the context of existing, often smaller scaled historic buildings. These include the tools that you all apply to modulate mass, to require height and height transitions, and to incorporate setbacks. We were intentional in not including requirements and specific numbers to these because we didn't think that was a wise course to give the board maximum flexibility to be able to do what you have always done, which is to look at the specific situation and determine what the best possible design solution might be. We did study this in the context of the two different areas of Woodley Park and Cleveland Park. We developed some model scenarios. These are not intended to be specific buildings, but they're to illustrate how possible massing, height, and modulation of building form could work with existing buildings, and encouraging applicants, future applicants who are looking at these sites, to consider how these design principles could be used to break down the scale, height, and massing of new construction within the context of preserving the historic buildings and relating in a compatible way to them. We also tried to make it very clear in the document that there was nothing about this that superseded the Historic Preservation Review Board's role in determining what is compatible, and that there was nothing about this planning document that invited people to or would allow for demolition of historic buildings. Clearly, some of the scenarios that we're showing will require some structural finesse to be able to incorporate new construction within the context of retaining these historic buildings. That would require, snaking new structure within the existing buildings. It's not to suggest that these are facade retention projects and that they're an invitation to demolish the underlying buildings. And again, just a few various scenarios that were played out. We also we developed a pretty basic analysis of existing building stock within the two historic districts. They're slightly different, and encouraged applicants to think about how materials and detailing could be used to relate new construction to existing buildings. Again, the same sort of design principles that you all have applied throughout the city. And again, these are just some evaluative slides that are offered for applicants to think about. And then Heba, did you want to touch base quickly on the design, on the streetscape guidelines?
Sure, yeah, I can pick it up here. So as I mentioned, there's also a chapter that focuses on streetscape design guidelines for that portion of Connecticut Avenue between, well, the study area is really between Porter Street and Calvert Street to the south, but acknowledging that Cleveland Park is already undergoing a streetscape improvement project. So looking at continuation of these improvements south of Cleveland Park, really along the zoo frontage and in Woodley Park, and looking at enhancements that can improve the pedestrian circulation in that area with a clear delineation of the active building frontage zones, a clear pedestrian path, and circulation area, as well as an amenity area with functional amenities like streetlights and furniture and trash cans. The streetscape guidelines also look at other opportunities for expanding access to public space through potential roadway configurations and on private properties, looking at kind of short-term and long-term public space enhancements in front of the Sam's Park and Shop site in Cleveland Park. And then on the last slide, in terms of next steps, as I mentioned, the public comment period will close tomorrow, Friday, May 26th, and following the HPRB hearing and the public comment period, OP will revise and release a final Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines, and the final will be again submitted for HPRB's consideration and support, possibly in the summer. The final will also be released with a summary of changes and a record of all the public comments that we've received in writing. And with that, that concludes our presentation.
All right. Thank you. Do board members have any questions at this time?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead, Matt.
So thank you for the presentation. It looks like a lot of nice thought has been put into this strategy, into the document. One of the things that is a challenge in any kind of change like this is, some of these retail districts, Woodley and Cleveland Park, they're nice places to be and shop and things because they have a lot of variety of retail, and part of that is because the buildings are narrow to the street and deep to the lot. And inevitably, I think what may happen here is with the zoning change for more density in these areas, we're going to see consolidation of lots. And I'm wondering, and this is not an easy thing to do, but I'm wondering, is there any thought given to floor plate size relative to urban vitality, which I think is part of the historic character of these places? In other words, if somebody says, there's a big difference between 4 25-foot wide storefronts that offer, butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, and then if somebody comes along and wants to build a bigger building and consolidates those in 100-foot wide floor plate, it offers a very different sense of vitality to the street. And if you compare, for example, the newer parts of Van Ness to Woodley Park and Cleveland Park, you can really see the difference, where some of the larger floor plate retail pieces don't really add very much to the vitality of Van Ness. So maybe there are other problems there too. However, I'm just wondering if you all gave that any thought, because it's notable that you're sort of making a concerted effort to note the facades and preserving them, but I don't know that maybe I'm missing something, but I don't know that it says much about the sort of size of floor plates or things like that, or whether it's even advisable to put something in there in that regard.
Sure. So, the guidelines do speak to the street wall design. So, particularly, looking at the street wall facade and the modulation of the storefronts. So, even with if assemblage occurs and the buildings have larger floor plates, looking at modulation of the street wall through syncopated storefronts and building projections. And also, if there are larger floor plate businesses like grocery stores, looking at potentially putting those, breaking those up into a second level or underground so that they don't take up too much of the ground level facade, and putting more of the smaller scale businesses along the sidewalk in order to kind of create that visual variety and activity.
Yeah, I would just be sure you have clarity on that sort of thing, because it's one thing to preserve the facade, but 100,000 square foot floor plate could be behind 4 or 5 different facades. I mean, that could happen. But what's really important is that there is diversity in terms of the retail streetscape, in terms of different businesses being there. And I think that's why retail districts are fun to walk down the street, because you have a lot of businesses which are, narrow to the street and deep to the lot. And I think that is a defining characteristic of Cleveland Park and Woodley Park.
Yeah, agree, and point well taken.
Thanks, Matt. Gretchen, did you have a question?
I just had a few comments and I guess questions of Emma to see if you considered some of this. But one of the challenges that we often have in a lot of dialogue, and Matt knows this firsthand in Cleveland Park, is sort of the transition from Connecticut Avenue into the neighborhoods. There's so many varying conditions. Sometimes it's a large apartment building, sometimes it's a small home. But I wondered if there was any dialogue about that, is my first question, or recommendations about how to make that transition as you round the corner into the various neighborhoods and communities that are off of Connecticut Avenue in this stretch. And then the second question that I had was if there was any consideration or dialogue about, or requests for open space in terms of pocket parks or open environments that people wanted to use for the community. And then my third, these are all big ones, so I'm sorry, happy to dump them all at you once. But the third one then is if there was any consideration or dialogue or questions or opportunities for additional sustainability approaches other than maybe stormwater management. Were there other things that were discussed or ideas that were developed to think about what might happen in relationship to improving sustainability opportunities for the historic properties and other buildings that might develop along Connecticut Avenue? So sorry, those are 3 big things that were kind of swirling around in my head.
Sure. So I think I heard the first one, considerations for height transitions, especially as you round the corner and towards the lower scale, um, typically residential context. So yes, I mean, we did try to strike a balance, and as you noted, there are many different conditions along the corridor, even within just the Cleveland Park commercial block and the Woodley Park commercial block, and we tried to account for these different conditions by kind of trying to strike a balance between, yes, acknowledging that there needs to be general height transitions, especially towards the rear of the buildings, with looking at the rear facades, doing 1 to 2 building height step downs, depending on the conditions behind it. So again, we tried to not be too prescriptive, but also point out that those transitions need to happen and need to be employed, especially as they as the buildings are adjacent to kind of lower scale residential. In terms of the pocket parks, so like I mentioned, we looked at a couple opportunities through our streetscape and public realm design guidelines, particularly kind of at the intersection of, I think it's 24th Street and Connecticut Avenue at Woodley Park. And there's already that triangle park, and DDOT is looking at a multimodal study there. So if there is some sort of realignment of the roadway and potential expansion of that triangle park. It's also looked at as an opportunity for commemorative artworks. So looking at kind of transforming that into more of a usable public space in Woodley Park. And then in Cleveland Park, looking at corner sites that typically have kind of larger kind of rounded sidewalk intersections. So, and looking at the Sam's Park and Shop as another opportunity. We looked at a number of different scenarios, you know, expanding the Metro Plaza by the Sam's Park and Shop to increase the usable public space there, and looking at potential long-term opportunities for expanding that public space even further into the parking lot. But of course, that is contingent on the private property owner kind of choosing to, you know, doing their own assessment of how much they can convert that space into public use. And then the third point about additional sustainability, again, you know, we looked at the streetscape design guidelines also includes strategies for inclusion of green infrastructure type elements in the streetscape, especially in the planting boxes and tree boxes, and looking at opportunities there. I believe in as part of the Cleveland Park streetscape improvements, DDOT was looking at employing those types of green infrastructure elements and looking at extending those further south towards the corridor. There's also some guidelines related to green roofs for the buildings and the use of sustainable materials.
No request for charging stations or anything yet, huh?
We don't speak to that in the design guidelines, but we can coordinate with DDOT to see what their policies are on that front.
All right.
Thank you, Eva.
Any other questions from the board? We do have quite a few people who have registered to speak today, so we will begin our public testimony with, I'm going to go down my list. So the first person that I have is Karen Caston. Is Karen Caston on the line?
Hello,
Good morning.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, but, I'm not seeing anybody. I don't know if anybody
That's
is
fine.
seeing
We can
me.
hear you.
Okay, all right.
You have
Um,
3 minutes to make your statement.
No, I'm representing an organization,
Got it. Who are you representing?
the Wardman Hotel Strategy Team, and
Okay.
I relayed that information, yesterday.
Okay. All right.
Okay, all
Thank
right,
you.
thank you. I'm Karen Caston. I live in Ward 3. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I represent the Wardman Hotel Strategy Team, which, as some of you know, worked to have the vacant Wardman Hotel in Woodley Park converted to mixed income affordable housing. The mayor announced she wanted to develop 1,990 units of new affordable housing in Ward 3 by 2025. The Wardman team worked with an architect on concept plans that would have converted the vacant hotel into housing that would have met a quarter of the mayor's goals, 500 new units of mixed income housing, including family-sized and units at all levels of affordability. However, the Wardman was bought at auction by high-end developer Carmel Partners. Nearly 900 units will be built in a gated community. with only 72 units, what's being called affordable. And what will be the level of affordability of these units? They will be affordable to those whose income is 80% of area median income, which is more than $113,000 a year for a family of 4. Certainly, those whose income is 80% AMI deserve housing, but so do those whose income is lower and who struggle far more to afford housing. Now we're hearing in the plans for redeveloping Connecticut Avenue something that sounds very close to a bribe. Let us build 7 stories with an 8th floor for a penthouse, and we'll find developers that will make 20% of the units affordable. The question is, affordable to whom? In this case, it turns out that affordable means those whose income is 60 to 80% AMI. That housing won't be affordable to those who provide our services, such as many public and private school teachers, police officers, bank tellers, grocery store clerks, beauticians, and yoga teachers. Nor will there be a place in this gleaming new neighborhood for those on fixed income, such as many seniors and those with disabilities. Nor is such housing equitable for many African Americans, whose income has been shown repeatedly as far below the average income of white people and who've been displaced by new development all over the city. OP's plans for Connecticut Avenue would never withstand a racial equity analysis. It's time to make space for all of these people in a culturally, socially rich community fostered by genuinely mixed income housing. Social housing is one option for building this community. Do I have another couple of minutes? I can't quite tell.
You have 45 seconds. Yeah, I'll give you a minute.
Thank you. Developing housing as OP and ANC 3C envision it also deals a death blow to cherished neighborhood businesses, which won't be able to afford commercial space. Will our vacuum cleaner store, Yes Organic, the neighborhood jewelry store, the hair salon, Vache, will they stand a chance at survival? OP and the ANC envision housing that will mainly be affordable to people with lots of disposable income. Will become, even more than we are now, an enclave and magnet for the well-off, with big box chain stores that can afford the leases. That will alternate with rental buildings whose landlords gladly accept tenants with very low incomes because of the city's irresistibly inflated rental subsidies. The result will be an even more ghettoized neighborhood of rich and poor, where those of modest and moderate income can't find a place to live. I ask the review board, will this vision of community lead to a vibrant commercial strip or a fun and interesting place to live? Please help us achieve a richer, more equitable neighborhood by guiding OP's planning in a better direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness? All right. Then the next person we have registered to speak is Cheryl Tennille. I hope I'm saying that right. Cheryl Tennille.
Chair Heath, this is Juliana speaking. I'm not seeing Cheryl on the line right now.
Okay. All right. Then let's proceed on to ANC Commissioner Janelle Pagets. Is Commissioner Pagets on?
Sure. I don't have any testimony outside of what the commission has presented. If you guys have questions for me, I'm available. I'm here to speak on behalf of ANC 3C and thank the Office of Planning for their work and engagement with the community on this. So again, available to answer any questions that the board has.
Okay, thank you for being on to take questions. We do have your letter in the file. Thank you for submitting that as well. Does the board have any questions for the ANC at this time? What I'll ask Commissioner Pagets is if you can just hang on through the rest of this hearing, and in case questions come up, we'll come back to you. at that.
Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Nancy McWood representing the Committee of 100. Is Nancy McWood on?
Chair Heath, I'm not seeing Nancy on the line right now.
Okay. If she gets on, please let me know. But in the meantime, we will continue on with Deborah Chalfie, representing who is the Preservation Chair of the Art Deco Society of Washington.
You hear me?
We can, yes.
Great, thank you. And good morning, Chair Heath and board members. I'm Deborah Chalfie, the Preservation Chair of the Art Deco Society, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Since time is limited, I'll get right to it. The Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines, or CADG for short, raise a number of concerns for ADSW. First, the draft repeatedly mixes together and conflates development with design in a way that is disturbing from a historic preservation point of view. It's certainly true that development changes in massing, scale, and height can turn into historic preservation design issues, especially in a historic district, and in turn, that design standards can impact the type or amount of development permitted, but they are conceptually distinct with their own legal standards applied by different agencies. The HPRB has its own law, regulations, NPS standards, and historic preservation design guidelines that it uses to address the design of development projects involving historic resources and/or districts. Additionally, now HPRB can also look to the recently adopted commercial corridor design standards developed by the Cleveland Park Historical Society, design standards that ADSW supports. But our concern is that if development and design are collapsed into one endeavor, as they appear to be here, development goals can drive and usurp historic preservation goals and design demands. The draft guidelines speak to the relationship between the CADG and historic preservation law and regulations. Yes, the CADG should indeed be informed by historic preservation law and regulations, and the CADG are no substitute for the statutory provisions that govern the development review process. However, we would also argue that the CADG, whatever they are no substitute for the laws governing historic preservation either. Steve stated this morning that this would not happen. There would be no usurpation or whatever, but this should be repeatedly and clarified in any guidelines. Historic preservation allows for development, but if development guidelines are permitted to supersede what is called for under historic preservation law and standards, the strength of historic preservation law, regulations, and standards could be undercut. At a minimum, the conflation may have the effect of making the HPRB feel penned in by external guidelines when it later reviews actual individual development proposals. To the extent that HPRB also finds this conflation of development and design troubling or confusing, we urge you to suggest revisions that would clarify the scope of these guidelines and your respective role. As for some of the specifics, ADSW is not opposed to development in a historic district if it's restrained and respectful of contributing resources in the historic district overall. However, the up to 7 to 9 stories that the CADG are proposing are way over the top, literally. The massing, height, and scale of the additions to be plopped down on top of 1 or 2 story historic commercial buildings would, at best, put those buildings at severe risk of being overpowered and diminished, and at worst, demolished with only the facade preserved. In addition, the draft is silent about what is being proposed regarding several historic buildings along Connecticut Avenue that ADSW cares about. For example, the 1-story Yenching Palace Walgreens building. Many specifics still need to be addressed. At this stage, ADSW urges the HPRB to apply governing historic preservation standards and its independent judgment and expertise to ensure that the draft CADG are revised to better respect and comply with historic preservation law and standards. We also urge you to recognize and look to the recently adopted commercial design guidelines developed by the Cleveland Park Historical Society in framing any response to the CADG and in evaluating individual project proposals in the future. We hope the CPRB will hold another, the HPRB, will hold another fully noticed hearing when the revised CADG are issued so that historic preservation concerns can be fully heard. Thank you for your consideration of our views.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Chalfie? All right, thank you for your testimony today. The next person I have registered to speak is Shelley Repp, who is the chair of the Committee of 100. Shelley Repp. Good morning.
Good morning. Actually, I know Nancy McWood would also like to speak on for the Committee of 100, and I'm hoping maybe that she could immediately follow me. We'll try to keep our time to 5 minutes if that's possible. So
I just called for Nancy McWood a few minutes ago and did not appeared she was not on the line. I don't know if she's joined.
yeah, I believe I just got an email from her. I believe somehow or other she's
Okay.
she's listening. Anyway, I was going to start off.
Prepared to hear from both of you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. My name is Shelley Repp. I'm chair of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City, and we're commenting on the Office of Planning's draft Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines. First of all, we want to say that the task of the Office of Planning in guiding the Zoning Commission to the appropriate height and FAR and other dimensional criteria was not to recommend the most height and FAR it could rationalize, but to analyze what would be the most appropriate height and FAR given the context. Preservation of the historic districts is a major part of the context. More on that later. The guidelines were drafted to fulfill a DC Council directive in the comprehensive plan implementation element for planning analyses to inform authorized density increases through zoning changes. The future planning analysis areas shown on the generalized policy map are large tracts or corridors where future analysis is anticipated to ensure adequate planning for equitable development. The council added equitable during the markup and also added the following. The planning process should evaluate current infrastructure and utility capacity against full build out and projected population and employment growth. The guidelines fail to address these points, future current infrastructure and utility capacity, as the council directed. This is a basic flaw that must be corrected prior to submission of the guidelines for use in any forum. The statement in the guidelines that Cleveland Park and Woodley Park are not growing as fast as the rest of the city is superficial, lacking analysis or context. The real reason that Rock Creek West and the study areas are nearly built out given their growth over many decades, while many parts of the city that are experiencing growth were losing population. The Committee of 100 urges OP to provide complete, accurate data to eliminate the argument that these neighborhoods are not contributing to the welfare of the city. It seems clear, however, that the neighborhoods focused on in the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines are not lacking, as OP contends, but have been solid contributors to the city in both household and job growth. There is no reason to conclude that this pattern of reliable growth will not continue. Unquestionably, there is a huge disparity between Black household and white household incomes, both inside and outside of the study area. However, OP misses the opportunity to use this data to conclude that DC needs more affordable housing in the study areas as well as citywide. That is the essential point OP should be making when addressing income disparities. The Zoning Commission must consider more aggressive affordable housing requirements as it rezones many of the areas included in the future planning analysis areas. Yet the OP guidelines do not recommend more deeply affordable housing or greater set-asides than the current IZ and IZ programs require, IZ plus programs require. The Committee of 100 finds that this ignores the council's conclusion that equitable development in these areas should include more deeply affordable housing. With respect to zoning, there is no information about the feasibility of constructing 7 or 8 more stories above very old 1- and 2-story buildings, many of which are above the Metro Tunnel. There is no mention of the changing abutting zones and how those uses might be affected by the range of zones applicable to the authorized new density levels, or of gentle density, a term that Office of Planning has used to protect abutting residential zones. In short, it is hard to find analysis in the guidelines to support OP's conclusion that 75 feet of height and 5.0 FAR are appropriate for Cleveland Park, and the same height with 5.5 FAR is appropriate in Woodley Park on the east side of Connecticut Avenue, while 90 feet and 6.0 FAR is appropriate on the western side. Moving on to the reason for today's hearing, historic preservation, which is historic preservation. Zoning should not trump historic preservation. And I'm hoping that you're able to find Nancy McWood, who can carry on from where I'm leaving off.
Okay. Thank you. Is Miss McWood on the line now? Nancy McWood. All right. Hello.
Hello, I'm sorry, I had some problems with my laptop, but I am here.
Okay, you can make your statement.
Thank you very much. I'm Nancy McWood. I'm the Vice Chair of the Committee of 100. We appreciate this opportunity to to continue our statement. The C100 strongly opposes any action by the HPRB regarding these development guidelines that would pertain to the Cleveland Park Historic District or the Woodley Park Historic District. HPRB review of applications for new construction or additions in historic districts must be based on the DC Historic Preservation Law. It would be inappropriate for the HPRB to accept or approve development guidelines which would compromise its independent review based on your standards. C100 urges HPRB to refrain from taking any action on these development guidelines. And we further urge OP to remove any language in the guidelines that suggests that design guidance for HPRB is included in the report. As the Office of Planning knows, the Council did not mention historic preservation as necessary to its analysis process, or even suggest them as a possible participant in this process. While OP can provide design guidance to the Zoning Commission for planned unit developments, OP should not attempt to influence the standards that HPRB uses in its reviews. It would be extremely unwise and unprecedented for HPRB to use development guidance prepared by OP in response to FLUM changes which govern zoning as appropriate standards when reviewing applications in the future for Cleveland Park or Woodley Park. Zoning reviews and HPRB reviews are separate and distinct, and they should remain so. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions for either representative of the Committee of 100? Great. Thank you to both of you for your participation. All right, the next person I have is Mark Rosenman.
A resident of Cleveland Park for about 25 years and of DC for about twice that. I appear today to ask you to set aside the Office of Planning's development guidelines for Connecticut Avenue and treat it as a zoning matter not relevant to the board's focus on protecting and keeping intact the integrity and scale of Cleveland Park's architecturally cohesive Art Deco business strip. I should add to that, as well as the character of our neighborhood, which is so dramatically contributes to and is affected by the nature of businesses along that strip. I should be clear that I've long been an advocate of increased affordable housing and diversity in Cleveland Park and throughout our city. In fact, I chaired that committee of our local community association for a number of years, following decades of progressive social change work since beginning my career as a civil rights worker in the 1960s. I appreciate the district's commitment to those issues, to reasonable and appropriate development in Cleveland Park and elsewhere, as I also believe this board shares the belief that it is possible to advance those ends significantly to increase density, diversity, and affordability without doing violence to what makes our historic district such a valuable resource to our city and to our neighborhood residents and businesses and to visitors. Although, as you've heard today, OP's report attempts to serve those purposes, it has many very serious flaws and concerns. Still, the specific nature of those matters, I believe, is irrelevant, since the report ought not to be considered at all by the HPRB in its work. Are not the tasks of this independent board profoundly distinct from zoning issues and from prescriptive OP design standards, promulgated, I might add, principally to serve development interests? I urge the HPRB to move on from this OP presentation without any further consideration of it now or in your future review of project proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Rosenman? Great. Thank you for your statement. The next person I have is Rick Nash. Is Rick Nash on the line? All right.
Good morning and good morning, members of the board. I'm the ANC Commissioner for Single Member District 3C08, but I'm speaking in my individual capacity this morning and not on behalf of ANC 3C. But 3C08 includes a substantial portion of the Cleveland Park Historic District, and I also chair the ANC's Residential Historic Preservation Committee, and I'm a past president of the Cleveland Park Historical Society. I agree that the HPRB should neither endorse nor accept the draft guidelines and should not suggest that it will be guided by these guidelines in exercising its independent review of applications for new construction and additions in historic districts. The Committee of 100 testified to this point in depth, but I would add that former OP Director Trueblood emphasized in testimony before the Committee of the Whole on the 2020 Comprehensive Plan amendments that the DC Historic Landmark and Historic District Protection Act determines historic preservation review standards, not the comprehensive plan, which has no force of law, and therefore certainly not area plans or development guidelines pursuant to the comprehensive plan. But in any event, while there should be compatible infill development in the Cleveland Park Historic Commercial District, and I'll speak to that district now, OP's development guidelines are inappropriate and would overwhelm low-scale contributing structures. As others have emphasized, I believe no future planning analysis area plan, or development guidelines cover a National Register historic district other than Cleveland Park and Woodley Park. The National Register nomination for Cleveland Park emphasizes its unique context in the District of Columbia, yet the height and massing proposed by OP would compromise the district's historical significance and integrity. The National Register nomination emphasized that, quote, it's the integrity of the entire length of the low-rise commercial area on both sides of Connecticut Avenue, which is important for the historic district. The fact that this scale and character has been maintained so far is significant in itself. And moreover, the district includes an aesthetically unified and unusually intact Art Deco commercial strip with the iconic Uptown Theater at centerpiece, which is one of the best examples of in the city. And it is also the best remaining example in Washington, D.C. of a linear neighborhood commercial development. HPO itself has stated that no other historic district has such a collection of low-scale commercial buildings like those that define both sides of Connecticut Avenue in Cleveland Park. And moreover, there's been no analysis in the guidelines of current building heights, contributing structures, setbacks, orientations, scale, rhythm, massing, and other elements to relate the guidelines to the historic commercial district. And the illustrations in the guidelines encourage 7 to 8 story structures with minimal setbacks on top of mostly 1 to 2 story contributing structures that would substantially alter the height and fabric of the historic district blocks facing Connecticut Avenue. This means infill of 4 to 8 times the height of the mostly prevalent 1 and 2 story contributing structures, overwhelming and reducing their significance to mere ground floor facades of tall buildings barely set back from the street. Now, Professor Longstreth, one of the city's most distinguished historic preservation experts, warns in written testimony, which merits close reading, that the illustrated multi-story buildings appear over 1 and 2 story buildings, which is really not possible without demolishing these buildings while retaining or reconstituting their facades, which is mere facadism, which has been discredited as historic preservation. Now, finally, the OP guidelines far exceed what Councilmember Mary Cheh stated should be the appropriate height of infill development in Cleveland Park under the comprehensive plan and Flum amendments when those were being considered, citing the 5-story height of existing apartment and mixed-use buildings on the corner, that is the south corner of Connecticut Avenue and Macomb Street. At the end of the commercial strip, she emphasized, under the Flum designation, street-level retail with a few stories above, as already exists at the south end of the strip, would provide the neighborhood with more housing, thus supporting local businesses and providing affordable housing and apartments. And HPO staff has previously cited the 5-story height of 3000 Connecticut Avenue, just 2 blocks south of the strip, as an appropriate example with deep setbacks of what could be dense infill in the Cleveland Park commercial strip. Finally, of course, the OP guidelines are a significant, really radical departure from HPO's own guidelines on infill and additions in historic districts. So in conclusion, I just say that it's essential to get right height, scale, and design for infill development. Well-designed, historically sensitive infill with substantial setbacks from the intact low-scale contributing structures, and certainly not higher than 5 stories, the height of the corner structures in the commercial area, could be compatible. But infill of 7 to 8 stories with minimal setbacks, as OP proposes, would not. Rather, it would both overwhelm and undermine the integrity and significance of, and again I quote from the National Register nomination, the best remaining example in Washington, D.C. of a neighborhood commercial development whose low scale and character, as the nomination pointed out, is significant in itself. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. The next person I have is Mary Ellen Massey. Is Mary Ellen Massey on the line? Hello?
Hello, I'm having trouble.
Nope, we can hear you.
Okay, good. My husband and I have been longtime residents of Cleveland Park and have participated in HPRB proceedings for more than 35 years. We believe that this Office of Planning draft is not compatible with the Cleveland Park Historic District. Points were made at the time the Historic District was established that continue to be valid today. The points made in 1985 by Richard Longstreth read thusly: the whole precinct, Klingle Bridge to Porter Street, is without question the best remaining example in Washington, D.C. of a linear neighborhood commercial development. The integrity of the entire complex is extremely significant. The low scale, the materials and decorative details, the rhythm created, and the general overall appearance and feel of the streetscape combine to make this a very human place. The fact that this scale and character has been maintained thus far is significant in itself. This commercial precinct is the best remaining one in Washington, D.C. Further, we think that the OP proposals conflict with the policy specific to the historic preservation laws, which were restated in 2020 as this. The Historic Preservation Plan specifically calls for zoning compatibility in historic districts. Also, using zoning preservation laws and other means to ensure that neighborhood character is preserved and enhanced. OP's plan for a significant height and density increase would defile the block's central feature, which the National Park Service has recognized as, quote, maintaining its original integrity and scale and in a number of original details, end quote. The Park Service notes, quote, remarkably unified appearance of the commercial strip. The DC Deputy Preservation Officer recently stated that no other DC historic district has such a collection of low-scale commercial buildings. We observed in an earlier proceeding that an historic district is a fragile thing. It can be chipped away piece by piece until it eventually disappears. This is what developer interest would prefer. Developers can profit from massive development. The priority of the Cleveland Park Historic District must be recognized. Its original integrity of scale must be protected. OP's proposal for Cleveland Park repudiates the Historic Preservation Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Massey? All right. The next person I have registered is Tersh Boasberg. Do we have Tersh Boasberg on the line?
Chair Heath, I do not see them on the line.
Okay, all right. Let me know if he joins. And in the meantime, we will continue on with Bob Ward, who's representing Cleveland Park Smart Growth.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Great. Thank you, Chair Heath and members of the board. My name is Bob Ward. I'm speaking on behalf of Cleveland Park Smart Growth. We believe the development guidelines prepared by the Office of Planning and the Historic Preservation Office for the commercial areas in Cleveland Park and Woodley Park head in the right direction. Throughout this process, we've supported the goals of adding new housing that has compatible design to the two distinct historic districts, which I think this draft successfully achieves in nearly all respects. What OP and HPO have produced is exactly what the council and the mayor intended when they amended the district comprehensive plan and funded this planning process. In calling for medium density in Cleveland Park and high density in Woodley Park, district elected officials stated through legislation a new policy for these historic districts. They've told us what should happen. This board, along with staff, have an opportunity to shape how it happens. We firmly believe that we should be able to accept these density goals while designing buildings to be architecturally compatible. The guidelines map out a well-considered approach using tools familiar to this board. One place where we think the draft falls short is its treatment of the Park and Shop at Connecticut and Ordway Streets. Isolating just 8,500 square feet on a 50,000 square foot lot for development is extremely disappointing and unnecessary. We believe that adding housing atop the flat roof of the contributing building and in the parking lot, certainly in front of the non-contributing section, should be outlined in the draft and supported by the board. I would also say that the draft hints at, but avoids the actual history of these two neighborhoods. And I think this is where we should be adding housing, not just for sustainability and economic vitality reasons, but for economic and racial diversity. Yet these neighborhoods were founded back in the early 20th century as white-only enclaves. You wouldn't know this from reading the historic district nominations. In fact, the Cleveland Park nomination allowed its initial developer saying he was enlightened and benevolent, fostering a sense of pride in the community. How enlightened and benevolent would the policies of exclusion have felt to the low-income and non-white residents of the district? These nominations need to tell the more complete, if painful, history of these neighborhoods. We ask the board to take this perspective into account and recognize the reasonable approach taken by OP and HPO so we can be more welcoming to future residents. With a more permissive and balanced view, especially towards the Park and Shop, we believe the draft is a path forward to achieving our multiple policy goals. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Ward? All right. Then the next person I have is Bonnie Lepard, representing Cleveland Park Historical Society.
Great. Thank you so much. Can you hear me, please?
Can, yes.
Terrific. Thank you very much for this opportunity to comment on the Office of Planning's development guidelines. I'm here today representing the Cleveland Park Historical Society as I am the president of its board of directors. Pardon me. Cleveland Park Historical Society strongly opposes any action by the Historic Preservation Review Board regarding these guidelines pertaining to the Cleveland Park Historic District for the following reasons. OP's guidelines represent a planning and zoning document developed by OP and is outside the purview of the HPRB. Zoning changes should be left to the Zoning Commission, and the Office of Planning should not attempt to influence the standards that the Historic Preservation Review Board uses in its reviews. The Historic Preservation Review Board's review of applications for new construction or additions in historic districts is based on DC Historic Preservation Law and regulations, and not on guidance from the Office of Planning. It would be unprecedented for the Historic Preservation Review Board to accept or approve the guidelines' prescriptive design principles based on future zoning standards when reviewing applications for the Cleveland Park Historic District. This could significantly compromise the HPRB's independent review based on its own standards. The guidelines do not respond to the DC Council's directive that requested a study of the infrastructure and utilities capacity to host medium density development along Connecticut Avenue in Cleveland Park and Woodley Park. The Office of Planning failed to comply with this directive and produced a zoning framework document instead. The guidelines are insensitive to the context of the Cleveland Park and Woodley Park Historic District, which have different attributes and historical context. It lumps them both together, mixing discussions of zoning, design, and preservation issues to the extent that it is impossible to separate out recommendations. Well-designed infill development with substantial setbacks can be compatible with the historic commercial area, but the guidelines are an overreach. They encourage 7 to 8 story structures with minimal setbacks on top of mostly 1 to 2 story contributing structures. The guidelines contain illustrations of multi-story additions over 1 to 2 story historic buildings would not be possible without almost completely demolishing those buildings while retaining only their facades. The practice of facadism is widely considered among the worst treatments conducted in the name of preservation. It's important to get height, scale, and design right for infill development to enhance, not overwhelm, the Cleveland Park Historic District. As has already been spoken about, the registration, the nomination says the low-rise Cleveland Park commercial area, which extends from Macomb to Porter streets along both sides of Connecticut Avenue, is a significant part of the community. Individually, there are some significant shop structures, but it's the integrity of the entire complex which is important for the Cleveland Park Historic District. The fact that this scale and character has been maintained thus far is significant in and of itself. The National Register nomination for the Cleveland Park Historic District also states that this area includes an aesthetically unified and unusually intact Art Deco commercial strip, which is one of the best examples in the city. It maintains its integrity, especially with regard to scale, and is remarkably unified in appearance. As has been said, the DC Preservation Office has also stated that no other DC historic district has such a collection of low-scale commercial buildings like those that define both sides of Connecticut Avenue in Cleveland Park. And just as Board Member Bell pointed out earlier this morning, these low-scale, narrow, deep setback storefronts are that's very important to Cleveland Park's vitality. In closing, Cleveland Park Historical Society is not against development in Cleveland Park, and we desire more affordable housing, but we feel that the Office of Planning's draft Connecticut Avenue development guidelines do not reach these goals and are insensitive to the historic district. For these reasons, Cleveland Park Historical Society strongly urges the Historic Preservation Review Board not to take any action on the Office of Planning's guidelines, and for the Office of Planning to remove any language in them that suggest any design guidance for the Historic Preservation Review Board. Zoning changes should be left to the Zoning Commission to accept or reject, and the Office of Planning should not attempt to influence the standards the Historic Preservation Review Board uses in its reviews. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Board members have any questions for Ms. Lepard? Any questions? All right. Thank you for your testimony. Did Tersh Boasberg join yet, Juliana?
Chair Heath, no.
Okay, great. Thanks. All right, then I will turn back to OP and HPO. Would you like to offer any comments or responses to the testimony we heard today?
Sure, I can just kind of restate really the intention. The development guidelines are intended to implement the comprehensive plan, where the future land use map designations in Cleveland Park and Woodley Park were updated to support greater residential development in those two areas. And again, the goal here is to advance housing equity goals and policies, both within the comprehensive plan as well as other complementary documents like the Housing Equity Report and the Rock Creek West Roadmap, which have both shown that, you know, the Rock Creek West planning area really has the lowest share of dedicated affordable housing across the district. And so, you know, the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines is one of the efforts in Rock Creek West, along with looking at the Wisconsin Avenue Corridor and the more recently approved Chevy Chase Plan. All of those work together to kind of increase opportunities for housing in general and dedicated affordable housing specifically in Rock Creek West. In addition to that, the Office of Planning is looking at also other neighborhoods across the district, again, to meet the demand for housing production and affordable housing production in Ward 5, in Ward 7, in Ward 8, and looking at other considerations that are more that meet the need for these specific communities, such as adequate facilities and access to job opportunities and economic mobility. So we are looking at different considerations across the district. And the Connecticut Avenue Development Guidelines is focused on kind of increasing and meeting these housing goals within the context of those two historic districts.
Okay. Thank you. Do board members have any questions?
Madam Chair, I do have a question, and I acknowledge that housing is outside of our purview, but I noticed in the draft report, the report actually doesn't include the housing agencies or mention the housing agencies specifically as partners in the report, and I wondered if there was a reason for that. It references, of course, existing reports that have already been done that are specific to housing. But in terms of like partnerships, it doesn't mention the HFA nor DHCD. And I was just curious about that.
So yes, the development guidelines are focused on kind of the regulatory purview of the Office of Planning, so the land use regulations. However, we do acknowledge in the housing equity section that in order to achieve the affordable housing goals, the district would also need to leverage other financing tools, looking at public-private partnerships. And within these financing tools, that is, while it's not stated specifically in that section, but those are tools and programs that are run by departments like DHCD and DEMPAD, like the High Opportunity Area Tax Abatement Programs, the Housing Production Trust Fund, TOPA and DOPA and others. So, they're not stated specifically in the section, but this is what is meant by the district's financing tools and leveraging those tools. And typically those are used so in addition to achieving affordable housing through inclusionary zoning set-asides, those financing tools can be used to achieve greater affordability levels, for example, deeper affordability levels, or a larger number of set-aside, or looking at incorporating units that can accommodate larger household sizes, that sort of thing. So those could be leveraged along with land use regulations to achieve other goals related to affordable housing.
Did that give?
Yeah.
Looks like you're still pondering that.
I understand what she's saying. I guess, and I don't want to go too far into this because, like I said, I acknowledge that this is not in our purview. I think there's so much conversation about housing, and oftentimes I think the place where we sort of miss it as a municipality is we don't specify the resources that are available, and specifically the what those resources can be used for, right? So there's conversation about AMI and a whole bunch of other stuff. And to be clear, the district is resource rich and has the availability from a tool perspective to address housing across the spectrum of affordability. It has tools that go, as low as, whatever it is, 30 or I think it may even be 20. No, I actually think it's 30% of AMI, all the way up to maybe 80% or perhaps more. And so when given the opportunity in this type of a report, I feel like it's a missed opportunity when you don't specify what's available and the fact that you thought about it and tie it specifically to different incomes across the spectrum. That's my only thought. And like I said, it's outside of historic preservation, but it would likely squelch some of the conversation because it would optically, it would give at least the appearance that it's been thought about, and that there are tools that address it across the spectrum. That's all. But thank you, Madam Chair,
Sure.
for entertaining my thought.
Sure. Absolutely. Absolutely. Any other questions from board members?
Yeah, I have a question for OP on this. I mean, I think some of the issues that have been raised in the discussions we've been hearing are interesting ones to think about. And I guess, Marnie, are we voting on this today? I thought it was informational at this point.
I think yeah, I was going to ask Steve if the expectation was that we vote on this or if this is just for us to provide comments today.
Just provide comments today. Again, we're still in a draft phase. And so your comments, any comments that you all individually or collectively want to send to us would be most welcome. And then we're going to come back with a final version of this, as this slide says, later this summer. And you'll have the opportunity to vote on it at that point if you want to.
Okay, all right.
Okay, that's good. I think that's a prudent path. You know, I think there's some more. I think a lot of the issues that have been raised are ones that I think need to be carefully considered by OP as they move forward with this. I think, I guess the question I would have is this question of the relationship between tall buildings and one-story buildings that a number of folks have brought up for you all to sort of think more about. Have you all, you know, is that you mentioned some stuff on 14th Street next to historic buildings and things, but a lot of those are buildings that were infilled. You know, 14th Street has a very particular up and down kind of character to it. And a lot of the ones you're referencing are infill there. So you might have a 1 or 2 story building like the old Whitman Walker site and then a taller building next to it and things. And typically when we, you know, one of the difficulties is when we see historic buildings or buildings that are contributing to a historic district and something new behind them, you know, like for a row house, we typically don't want to see the addition. Whereas here, we recognize that the zoning has changed, and certainly we want to support smart growth in these places. And it's a delicate line to walk between, you know, the sort of shorter 1 2 story buildings, commercial buildings, and these taller buildings that, you know, in the abstract, in terms of the housing that they provide, we look at as sort of necessary components of an equitable and sustainable future for the city. So have you all made any finer grains of distinction about that? Because I think what I'm hearing from the folks that have given us their thoughtful testimony is they would like a bit more drill down on that. And it seems to me that's something not unreasonable to consider.
Yep. I think that's
Sorry to use the double negative in this sentence there, not unreasonable. But sorry, Steve.
No, thank you though. And I think that it's a good point. I mean, we had this slide here and this sort of principle where we talk about where there is a row of essentially a uniform height, and obviously this is the east side of Connecticut Avenue in Cleveland Park, which has that characteristic. We talk about the importance of preserving the integrity of that unified height. We're showing it here with a bigger building back behind with some setbacks, but this is sort of the extent to which we're illustrating it, and you know, perhaps
I think yeah, I mean, I think that image is what's raising a little bit of hackles here. You know, a very, very large building behind these 1 story storefronts. And I'm wondering if it might be prudent for you all to put a few more arrows in your quiver, so to speak, with some more diverse approaches to this. I mean, 14th Street is an interesting example. You know, we did the building, the Collection 14 building, and had to deal with small buildings and tall buildings next to each other. I just think it's something that the issues that have been raised, look, I'm all for smart growth and all for infill and things like that. On the other hand, I also think that this is a fairly unique context. I mean, Connecticut Avenue was planned with these one-story retail districts there, rather unusually as regards mixed use. And it might be prudent to just take a step back and say, you know, just drill down a little bit deeper in terms of, you know, what is really going to be the impact of very, very large floor plate buildings that someone could consolidate the properties there and build something this big, and how would we really want that to transform over time?
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Steve. If I could weigh in, it's Andrew Arbach. There was a lot of feedback from the community and different organizations around the facadization of the commercial strips. And obviously, this is an issue we've dealt with over our long tenure, my tenure on the board. Certainly, I was not on the board when I think the last facade was the word you used, facadectomy, on Pennsylvania Avenue, where it was just a facade that was left and an entire building was kind of built into that shell. And certainly we've dealt with the integrity of the historic components of the architectural features. And I'm thinking most specifically of some of the buildings on New York Avenue where some of the historic buildings were relocated and aggregated, and then density was kind of put in behind it. And there was a lot of discussion around, you know, the walls and infrastructure of those historic buildings and how they related to those new buildings. And so I just wanted to see if you could comment on that aspect of the plan and codifying that, you know, the walls, some of the important features would not be compromised should there be, you know, this kind of density added to those buildings.
Sure. Yeah, no, good point. And as you said, a number of people raised it. Let us look at the language on that. And if we need to say a little bit more and be more specific about it, we can add that in.
Steve, a number of people spoke today about their concern that these guidelines would override or conflict with the preservation law that, you know, the board it abides by. Can you just speak to the role that you expect these guidelines to play in our future reviews of projects here?
Sure. Yeah. Well, first of all, I think we need to look at that language as well and make sure that it's very clear that the policy document that these guidelines are trying to play in implementing the FLUM change and as a precursor to potential zoning changes to achieve the housing production that we're looking for, as well as preserving the character of the historic district. You know, let us look at that language again. But as I said at the outset, in going through the design guidelines, what I tried to encourage the consultants to include in the design guidelines were the same principles that the board has traditionally applied when looking at how to accommodate additional development in the context of smaller scale historic buildings. Ideally, what we're putting in there is what the board would normally do anyway, and is no different in this context than it would be in others. Obviously, every specific context is a little bit different, and so you don't apply the same rules exactly the same way in each context. But that's what we were trying to do with this. But again, let us look at the language and clarify it if it's not clear that the Historic Preservation Review Board will retain its autonomy to determine what is compatible or not compatible within the context of the preservation law.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So one other thing, just to underscore this, Marnique, is just to be clear for folks in the community, any project would still have to come in front of our board to be reviewed. So this is not like a matter of right document that if you adhere to these things, all of a sudden, you get a building permit. This, just to say it, people probably know this, but I think it's important to say these projects in these historic districts would have to come to the HPRB, and it could well be that there's very robust discussion about height and massing and setbacks and things.
Yes, each case will have to be reviewed on its merits individually. Absolutely. Any other comments from the board? All right. Well then, thank you all for issuing your comments. Thank you to the public for all of your participation, for all of those who have sent in letters. And we look forward to seeing the final document once it's ready.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
We will continue on with our next application, which is in the Tacoma Park Historic District at 6901 Willow Street, Northwest. Staff ready to make your presentation?
Yes. So you'll remember this case from last month. It's a new construction project in Tacoma Park at the corner of Willow and Aspen, a 3-story building. There were a couple of issues that came up in the last review, although some of them had already been resolved by the time it was presented to you. One of the issues was the placement of the building on its lot, and this drawing has been developed to show the full site plan and the extent of development, or the extent of setback. The building had been pulled back 5 or so additional feet from the public sidewalk to include a more generous front yard, as is indicated here. The board was comfortable, and this is, I think, a comparison view between what was initially submitted last month and the revised proposal. The board expressed its general comfort with the design, height, massing of the proposal, but you specifically identified the roof as looking a little bit crude and heavy, and asked the applicants to look at further developing that. And so this is a comparison drawing here showing what you all saw last month on the left, and the revised proposal on the right. As you see, the roof has been articulated a little bit more with a flashing detail and a little bit of a setback for the lower portion of the roof. It's a little hard to see in this image, but you can kind of see it. There's also a fascia board that runs where the wall meets the roof on the underside of the roof and on the side of the roof here to, again, sort of articulate what had been sort of a single monolithic piece into sort of smaller, more articulated component parts. This drawing here is a cross-section of the street. There were some questions about kind of what the height relationship was between this building and the buildings, the residential buildings on the other side of Willow Street, and also just showing the overall width of the street. And then I think mostly we just have additional elevations that show the revision to the roof in context. This is a new image or series of images that show the residential entrance. There have been some revisions here as well to some of these walls that make up the entrance porch and the ADA ramp were solid walls before, which looked very heavy. So those have been lowered and just converted to ramps or to railings and handrails to open up the sight lines a little bit more. and to just give you a better sense of what the entrance sequence would be like. But that is about the extent of it. Megan Mitchell, our architect, is on the line, and she can talk further about this. But again, the board's comments were relatively limited last time to the issue of the roof overhang. And so that's the primary change that's back before you today, to see if that responds to your concerns.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Is the architect ready to present?
Hi, yes, this is Megan Mitchell from Eric Colbert and Associates. Thanks for the opportunity to let us present this again. And Steve, I think you covered all of the major points that we wanted to illustrate. A lot of these drawings were generated for a meeting with the neighbors. We did meet with a group of neighbors on May 5th, and we reviewed quite a few of these items and had a really nice back and forth about that. So I think that Steve, you presented everything. You know, we've reduced the mass of the roof and the bulk of it to make it look and feel much lighter, and just give it a little bit more detail. And then we've, you know, been articulating the base of the building. The balconies have reduced. The solid portion of the balconies have, or the terraces on the ground floor have reduced, and trying to increase that reading of the base around the bottom of the building. And then further explaining that entry from those sketches that were included a few pages down from here. I don't think there's anything specific additionally that we need to present. Happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Do board members have any questions?
Madam Chair, is there, I'm assuming not because it's not here, but are there other views? I remember this case and we saw it from this view, and then we also saw it
like slightly rotated.
Yes.
Where you saw.
Yes, I specifically remember this one.
Mm-hmm. Is it this view you're looking for?
I don't think so. There was a
or this one.
It's this one. Yes. Okay. Thank you. I was going to say it actually looked like the actual building. The one before that looked like a drawing. And so are the changes here as well?
Yes, they are. The only change in this drawing is the articulation of the roof edge. Before it was a very solid, heavier one piece kind of L shape that wraps the building, and we've reduced that. We've kind of pulled the coping up and made a lower plane of the wood plane of the roof, the sort of ceiling of that roof that would continue into the building. And then the green top of it is the edge of the metal. Sorry, I'm doing a terrible job of describing it, but yeah, we've been working on that edge detail and trying to lighten that up a bit.
Mm-hmm. And this is the one for the applicant. I remember this. You explained the need for the overhang. I think was it for the purposes of like the weather or sunlight, or what was the explanation for the overhang?
It's a proportional relationship. It definitely will provide some shade and some cover, particularly on the terraces and balconies that are below. This view doesn't show that as well, but it's also a proportional relationship to the facades of the buildings. I think if we pull it back and make it shorter, it's going to feel too short. The idea was it's offering this porch feeling that is echoing some of the porch relationships, other, and in some of the contextual architecture in Tacoma Park. There are so many porches and screen porches and open porches, and really like this idea of this porch overhang, making that connection.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I guess, Juliana, could you go to an image that shows what they're proposing as the change?
It's really just that roof.
Yeah, I just really feel like putting a metal flashing on the top of the roof to give another line doesn't really seem to address the comments that we had. I mean, sure, it makes the roof have a line on it, so it could be thinner with whatever that treatment is, but really thinking about it holistically with the design and how the proportion of it relates to the building below and some of the other comments that we had, it just doesn't feel like doesn't feel like any change was made, to be direct.
Well, I'm glad you said it, Gretchen. As the non-architect, I was struggling to find the change, but I didn't know how to say that. I'm
Yeah,
sure
it's very
something
minimal.
changed, but I'm struggling to find how it changed the building. So
Yeah,
One
I think
of the
putting
things, sorry,
the
go ahead,
metal.
Brett.
Oh, no, go ahead, Matt, I'm done.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the things that is noteworthy about this is that the wall turns into the roof. So the backside, which is not something you find in Tacoma Park or in many places for that matter. And it is a kind of very common motif we see in traveling around architectural circles today. People want to bend things into other surfaces and stuff. And I think that's a little bit where some of the questions come up, where it's a very, when you look at the edge of it and you see this sort of edge coming up. I mean, would it be better if it overhung the side elevation by another 3 or 4 inches? You'd get a shadow line. Maybe that would help somewhat there. If it was on the front of the building, I probably would have a problem with it, because I think it is an odd thing to do, to run a wall up and turn it into a roof. Call me old fashioned, but I think that's a little bit where the problem originates. I think that the shadow line on the rear facade seems a little bit heavier here, which is, I think, what the intent is. Whereas where it meets the roof, it doesn't. I don't know if that's the same dimension. It probably is. It just seems like it's been increased there, so maybe that helps for what it's worth.
Yeah, I think what we may be struggling with here, what I'm sort of struggling with here, is the the butterfly roof recalls Sam Mockbee, right? Like that's what I think of when I think of butterfly roof, and it's can be a beautiful form if it's done well. And I think the attempt at trying to do something different here is nice, but it just doesn't feel like it's of Tacoma Park. And so that's part of what I'm struggling with the roof here. I want to support its attempt at doing something different. And as a standalone building, it appears as a standalone building in a landscape. It feels like maybe that could be fine here, but yeah, I'm struggling with whether or not this is the right place for it. And we weren't, that was not a question. It sounds like we've kind of moved into deliberation, so we just offer that thought.
It reads, if you don't look at the roof, it reads like a townhouse. because of the bays. It has that scale to it. But then the roof introduces a whole nother scale.
Well, so that's the thing, right? I mean, there's in my opinion, there's actually charm to the structure. And then like you said, you plop this roof on it and it sort of changes what was there in terms of the charm. Yeah, I struggle with that. And thank you for the term butterfly roof, Madam Chair. I actually Googled it and I see what it's supposed to be. I'm not sure that, yeah.
That it's quite there.
Does the board think that there's a benefit in looking at breaking the sort of monolithic quality of the roof in plane so that it projects out more in relationship to the articulated massing underneath?
I think that would be a very useful study.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not quite following what you're suggesting.
The roof wouldn't have the same plane across the entire front of the building, that it would be broken and have different setbacks that might relate a little bit more to the articulated massing underneath, so that it would have the same projection from might have the same projection from each face rather than having a continuous projection across the entire building frontage.
Yeah. I have done this study, but yeah.
I think it would be interesting to see that, because where this does start to feel really heavy and overbearing is where it projects out farthest, where the facade is set back more.
And maybe the reveal where the roof meets the sidewall too, so it feels more like it's something sitting on this, so it's like a lid for the structure, not even though the wall, the rear wall, which is the roof, becomes the roof, feels like it's more of a lid for the structure, right? So you could make the bottom piece feel a little more solid and weighty, and then it would make that roof feel a little lighter, maybe. So how that roof meets the sidewall and the vertical facades that face the street too. Maybe it's not just a right angle. Maybe there's a reveal or a shadow or something in there that gives it a little lighter separation, so it doesn't feel like it's just a piece of material sitting on a box, but there's some way that it fits a little more gracefully that allows that roof to float a little bit more. Because I think the beauty of the butterfly roof format, if you want to use that, is that it floats over the building and the structure that's there. Even though it's physically in contact, it appears to float. And then if you're going to take that and then bend it down, I think that sense of floating would need to continue down the side, so that the roof, as it goes down the side, would need to be more like a drape than a facade to make that successful.
I think those are very perceptive remarks. I totally agree. And I think the problem of the scale of the roof is it seems scaled for more of an institutional building than a residential building. And the part of the charm of the lower part of the building is that even though it's a multifamily building, it has scalar elements that are like row houses and things that I think is nice for the residential neighborhood. It's a very tried and true way to make bigger buildings fit into sort of smaller contexts like Tacoma Park. But I think it would be really worth, Megan, us being able to see both of them side by side.
Great. Any other comments from the board? I think based on the direction that we've taken so far, I think it makes sense to ask the applicant to come back with those roof studies, as Steve has recommended, and then we can evaluate again and hopefully take a vote. Any other comments before we conclude on this one?
I would concur with that.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. All right. Well, thank you to the architect. We'll see this when it comes back.
Thank you.
All right, we're ready for our next case in U Street Historic District at 941 Westminster Street Northwest. Does staff want to begin?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon or good morning.
Morning still. Yes.
My name is Imania Price. I'm presenting on U Street Historic District for 941 Westminster Street Northwest. The applicant, on behalf of the owners, requests a permit revision for a roof deck on Westminster Street in the U Street Historic District. The property is a 3-story brick row house in the 900 block of Westminster Street. The block is characterized by uniform massing of 3-story main blocks with a 2-story rear wing. The property is currently located near the corner of Westminster and 10th Street, and the rear of the property is visible from Vermont Avenue and 10th Street. In 2002, the applicant applied for a building permit for adding a multi-level roof deck above the 2nd and 3rd floor roof, which included a straight run staircase to connect the decks. The projecting straight run staircase made the structure prominent and visible from the Vermont Avenue and 10th Street, and was out of character with the roof lines. HPO recommended a spiral staircase that's more compatible and would be a smaller footprint and volume. It would be less visible against the rear elevation of the house, and is also compatible with other staircases at the rear on the block. The applicant submitted the permit application and plans with the recommended spiral stairs, and it was approved in April. In March, the property was stopped for violating an approved scope of work. They had installed the unpermitted straight run stair, and is requesting HPRB's approval for the constructed straight run staircase. HPO is recommending that the board find the straight run stair to be compatible in form for the location for its visibility, and that the spiral stair is the most appropriate option. HPO is also recommending that the board deny the permit and direct the applicant to remove the straight run stair and install the approved spiral stair. I will allow the applicant to present their package, as well as some information on why they find the straight run stair appropriate.
Thanks, Amania. Should I share am I allowed to share the document from my screen, or do you guys have that?
No.
Okay.
What's preloaded is all that you can reference.
Okay. Yeah, I guess, right. So, as you noted, the project dates back to 2021, where we designed the 2-story roof deck. When we originally presented it to the ANC in fall of 2021, the ANC, as well as at least eight neighbors, supported the original straight run stair design. So we proceeded with permitting for that, which at the time also required a special exception, which was granted. I think the zoning rules have such been amended. During the permit review process, HPO indicated approval of the project with a circular stair. So we went back to that concept. After further review, the homeowner had concerns about his young children, as well as elderly relatives and guests using the spiral stair at the risk of slipping or other injury from the way the stair is used, which is why they ended up installing the straight run stair. I think the builder may not have been aware of the HPO approval process, unfortunately. And once we were alerted to that, we filed for the amended permit with HPO. Looking through the alleyway, I think the alley is currently, it's kind of an eclectic mix of various roof decks and stairs accessing the roof decks. I think in the package we submitted, we probably had photos of 20 plus roof decks in the varying alleys in that area, as well as varying stairs ranging from metal spiral stairs to wood straight run stairs to metal straight run stairs. The roof decks vary from closed rails to open rails. It's really an eclectic mix that seems rather unregulated, in my opinion. The roof deck is not visible from Westminster Street in any way. I think we did do the flag test prior to the roof deck itself being permitted. So I think this comes more into a question from a view from the secondary street, if my understanding is correct. And we're just trying to help the homeowner navigate the process to get a stair that he's comfortable with for his family. And I think the homeowner might be on the call as well. Mark, if you'd like to say anything. I don't see everybody's name on here, but I can mute and let you chime in if you have anything else you'd like to add.
You're not hearing him. I'm not sure if he's on.
Okay.
So just to clarify, what you're saying is you designed a straight run stair. You reviewed it with the community, the ANC, they were all in support of it. Then when you applied for your permit, HPO stopped the process and asked you to revise the stair to be spiral.
Correct.
And so you revised your drawings, you received your permit for the spiral stair, correct? And then you just decided to build a straight stair.
I did not decide anything. I did the original design for this, and then we were not retained for construction and services. My involvement returned when the homeowner called me, informing me there was a stopped work issue from the straight run stair. So I'm trying to help him sort of navigate the current situation. Trying to sort of get the permits and repair the bureaucratic damage that had been done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do board members have any questions?
Anania, Mark Shamel, the homeowner, is on the line, and he said he can't unmute himself. So I don't know if he's not listed as a panelist.
Juliana, are you able to unmute him?
Chair Heath, yes, I will.
Okay, thanks.
Felt like I was stuck in a black hole. I could hear you all, I can see some of you, and I couldn't unmute.
We could hear you. Now it looks like you muted yourself again.
It just keeps muting me. I don't know why. I'm not touching anything.
Okay. Well, was there something you wanted to add?
A couple things. First, when we, and I apologize, I don't know much about doing these kinds of things and permits and such. And so we had two sets of drawings, the permits that were sent in. We misunderstood. We thought that when this all went in and went to the ANC, we got the ANC approval that we were approved. And so when we emailed, and I thought Matt was on that email, we emailed the builder, we emailed them what we thought were the final. I actually prefer the look of the spiral staircases, but the straight run is demonstrably safer, and it's in, and it, our issue or my issue is that we have done everything we're supposed to do from the street side, right? We did the flag test, we did the setback, we made every single change that was wanted to be made about what we did for railings to make it as period and make it flow as much as it can in the neighborhood. And I would say to reference what Matt just showed, the roof decks, I don't think there's a roof deck that's more sort of appropriate with the wrought iron and the black and the coloring. I mean, you look at some of the neighbors, we have one that's made out of plastic from Lowe's. We have these wood ones, these monstrosities up and down the alley. You can't see our roof deck in the rear except from that one little wedge where that picture is taken on 10th and Vermont. And we're 4 houses in from the corner, and you can see it in that one spot. So if you go to that one spot, you can see it. You can see anything from up, and if you walk up and down, you can find an angle to see all the way down the alley and see all the various roof decks. So it's not like it's a monstrosity that's sitting out there. It's certainly not visible in any way, shape, or form from Westminster or from 10th Street until you come to that one little wedge where you can look down the alley mid-block. And I talked to Mania, we talked about this a long time. There were no roof decks, in the 19th century when these houses were built. And so we did our best to make a roof deck look sort of as period, just in the same way we did our front steps. We didn't put in the cheap or inexpensive front steps. We put in some that were historically accurate and exactly as they're supposed to be. I appreciate historic preservation, but if you look at the hodgepodge that's up and down our alley, the difference that they're proposing is really of no significance as far as a visual change. The roof deck, which is approved, the picture is sort of unfair to the roof deck because it's not quite done, and it will see it's just going to blend seamlessly into the roof line. It's going to be just white and black, and the only difference would be whether or not you stand in that one little wedge and you see a spiral staircase, or whether you see a straight staircase. They'll both be black. They'll both be steel. It really won't change anything. So I know Amaya and I talked at some length about this incompatible in form for the location. And I just don't think that's an accurate reflection of what it is. So I think you have a compliant staircase that is safe on an approved double-story roof deck. I have talked not only to the 8 neighbors that were initially solicited for the ANC meeting, the first instance, but we went out and talked to all the neighbors. I've gone up and down, talked to the Westminster Neighborhood Association. I've talked to our neighbors. I think there's 12 of them just on the south side of Westminster Street alone, plus the neighbors on T Street, plus the neighbors on our side of Westminster Street. Every single one of them has come up with the same opinion, which is exactly what the ANC committee did and the full ANC review board. They all thought it was great. They all thought it looked great, and they all approved it. And I understand the purpose of what we're doing with historic preservation. I've been on all day and I've been listening to the various meetings, and I appreciate what your job is here. I just don't think that this advances the purpose of historic preservation to force us to put in a spiral staircase rather than a straight run staircase. Because, and again, as I asked Amania and her supervisor via email, I have yet to see sort of a layout where you say, well, it's the wrong material. It's not historic because it's the wrong material, or it's not historic because it's the wrong color. It's not historic because it's just a generalized subjective belief about the overall view of the historic neighborhood. And I would argue that there's probably not a more historically accurate, to the extent that there is such a thing, roof deck in the U Street corridor that I've been able to find. And I've spent a number of evenings walking up and down the various alleys with my kids just so we could get pictures and look and see what's out there to see how it's supposed to look. So I think that this is a perfectly appropriate use of the board's discretion to allow us to have a straight rather than a spiral. If it was a straight that you could see from the main street, or that was somehow different, and if we put in a spiral, it would be hidden, I would understand. If there was a situation where you said, well, look, if you put the straight on the other side, you couldn't see it from that little wedge, I would understand. But literally, it's just an aesthetic difference of opinion by Ms. Price, and I just don't think that is enough to warrant forcing us to have a less safe spiral staircase than a straight staircase. But thank you, Matt, for putting all this stuff together, and I appreciate the board for letting me have my 2 cents. Thank you.
All right. Board members have questions. Did you have a question, Gretchen?
No, I just, I think what Amania is representing is our conversation, just to clarify for the owner, the extension of that stair as compared to a spiral stair, which would hug more closely the rear elevation, rather than project out and create a wall that's there. It's not about a contextual design for a stair. It's more about the extension of the appearance of a vertical element off the back that creates less of a setback of the addition below from the main body of the building above. That's the issue, and I think likely that was what Ms. Price was working to communicate with the applicant, because I think that was our dialogue that we had in our review, as I recall.
Ma'am, and I don't know if I'm allowed to respond.
You can.
Thanks. Okay.
Yeah.
I totally understand that, and I actually went out there myself to measure it to understand that difference. And we're talking about a difference of maybe 4 feet, because if you look at the diameter necessary for in this, and I sat down once we realized we'd made the error in having in the plans, that the requirement for the spiral in order to accommodate the code provisions and to deal with where the door is and how that is set up, because you can't really tell, although maybe you can tell from the first picture that Ms. Price submitted. You can see when you look under the stair, and I will concede that it's far less attractive with the red, the unfinished red on it, than it will be when it's black. But if you look in that photo, oh, thank you, ma'am, for putting that up. That particular photo, if you look underneath the stair, you can see it's the door to exit the 3rd floor, because it's an interior entry or exit point from the home onto the first level of the roof deck. And when you come out that door, in order to accommodate for the necessary, I'm not sure the appropriate term, so I apologize, but to accommodate for the space that you have to have for the footprint of a spiral staircase, and for it to come, because it can't obviously go flat against the house. It has to go up to a platform on the 3rd floor. You actually have a difference of only a couple feet. I mean, it could be as little as 18 inches, because the 3rd floor would require a sort of small protruding to get to the top of the spiral staircase. That's not here because of the straight run. And then you'd have to have it set out far enough away from the wall itself. Then you have the circumference of the spiral stair. And then because of the placement of the location of the door, it has to move over. So when you put sort of a visual, if I had the ability to show you what the spiral would look like laid against the straight, the only difference is that last 5 steps.
Well, we see it in the drawings. We have
right.
a drawing of the straight run, and we have a drawing of the spiral, and the spiral was significantly smaller. And would have a significantly diminished appearance as compared to the straight run. And
this photo illustrates that too, right? I mean, it shows the diagonal run. Certainly the streetlight impedes a little bit the point of this, but you have this straight run stair that creates a lot more prominence to that deck, instead of having the deck, which by the way looks a lot higher than I recall seeing in the drawings, but perhaps it's due to your roof slope not being accurately portrayed in the drawings, but having a spiral stair attached down would just allow for that platform to be just sort of floating and hovering above your building, rather than having that run of the stair connected down to make it seem more like a floor or a level above your house. That's our opinion, and that's my opinion as a member of the board, and an interpretation of the preservation requirements of how we have historically talked about additions and roof decks within the space. And I think just even having the visibility of it and the prominence that it does have now is something that is unique to the specific condition of this house, just as we see it. So, and that's my opinion as one of the board members. I don't personally represent everybody on the board.
I think my question then, given Mr. Shammel's concern for, I think this is a little bit form and function. Is there any sort of ornamentation or adjustments to a straight run stair stylistically that the board would find acceptable?
No. I mean that's my initial response. And I mean, I think, it's not lost on us that you were directed to revise your drawings to make this a spiral stair before this was built.
And I think part of this was in order, I think we were trying to avoid a full HPRB. You know, we understood that the spiral stair could be approved at a staff level. And I think the homeowner had thought it would be, you know, something he could work with, but at further consideration, didn't want to maintain the spiral stair. And, you know, as an in general, I try to avoid spiral stairs if at all possible, just given their lack of being, they're not a user-friendly stair in any way, shape, or form. So that's what we were trying to kind of, I think that's what drove this decision on the contractor's side to go back.
I guess
to the
you
original
could not
plan.
have your top roof deck then as an alternate.
Yeah, there's an alternative.
But I guess to be very direct, I don't see anything different in the case that you're making from the dialogue that we had in the previous review of your plans proposed about compatibility. And
I don't think there was a previous review, if I'm not mistaken. I don't. We had not been before the board before.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of any previous review.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Are there any other questions from board members? If not, I think we're ready to deliberate on this. Based on the conversation today, I'm in support of the staff report. I think we need to be very clear too that when someone is directed by staff to and is permitted based on one set of drawings, and then they decide to build something else, that is something that should never be supported. And I don't feel that we need to make any accommodations to try to make what they've built work, because they built something that was not, that was clearly, they were clearly told was not approvable or permittable.
Well, since this is a record, we're going to have.
We're deliberating. We're deliberating.
Mm-hmm.
There's no more conversation. This is just the board's opportunity to deliberate.
It was just inaccurate. And I wanted the record to reflect that.
It's fine. We're still we're still deliberating.
Madam Chair, I am in agreement with your comments. It's not lost on me either that we're hearing this after the fact, and by after the fact I mean after the straight run has been constructed. And so that's so glaring that I quite honestly can't get past that to any conversation about, you know, spiral versus not. I mean, it's clear what happened here. So I'm in support of your comments.
Okay, well, I will make a motion that we support the staff report. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, so the motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? I think that was everyone. So the motion carries. Thank you. We're ready to proceed with our next application, which is in Foggy Bottom at 2407 to 2409 I Street. Would staff like to make your presentation first?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Tim Dene for the staff. This is an after-the-fact permit application to install a 30-inch by 48-inch awning over an entrance to a two-story 1909 row house in Foggy Bottom. The awning is made of clear polycarbonate, supported by cast aluminum brackets. We dislike bringing before the board instances of unpermitted work, but as you've seen, we have a few such cases today. Performing work without a permit places everybody in an uncomfortable position. The lack of a permit review often means that unfortunate outcomes cannot be avoided or mitigated through consultation. Almost always, a property owner's explanation is that they were somehow misled by the presence of something nearby that strikes them as similar, assuming that their project can thus be approved and indeed maybe needs no permit. In fact, what other instances that may seem comparable to them may not be, and it was frequently the case that it was never permitted. So I'll let this introduction suffice for all cases of unpermitted work you see today. There are regulations regarding awnings, the following of which are relevant to this case. Quote, an awning shall relate to and fit within the masonry opening or frame of the storefront, window, or door where it is located, unquote. Quote, an awning shall be covered only with canvas, woven acrylic, or similar fabric materials. Metal and shiny or glossy materials like vinyl and plastic are not permitted, unquote. Quote, an awning shall be attached to a building in a manner that causes the minimum permanent damage. Typically, an awning should be attached to a window frame or storefront surround. Attachment of awning frames through masonry is prohibited except in unusual circumstances where it is unavoidable due to specific characteristics of the building, unquote. And finally, quote, awning design, placement, and type shall respect, take advantage of, and be compatible with the particular composition, design features, and architectural style of the historic property where it is installed, unquote. With regard to this last point, and the applicant's written claim of several similar awnings nearby, we surveyed the historic district. It's not unknown to have had awnings attached to single-family homes, but these were fitted to the window openings to control light before air conditioning was widely available. Such awnings were more common on hotels and apartment buildings. Shutters were the more common means of preventing heat gain, especially on modest houses in a zero lot line condition. Awnings, canopies, and marquees over entrances in general were typical of larger and more intensively visited buildings such as large apartments, hotels, stores, and theaters. But Foggy Bottom is characterized by relatively modest rows that were often rental worker housing, and these lacked such features. The board has rarely recommended approval of awnings at the entrances of houses. I recall one such approval several years ago at a former home in DuPont Circle that stood in a commercial zone and had been converted to commercial use. Were such awnings common in Foggy Bottom, the applicant would have a stronger argument. Historic district guidelines may recognize characteristics specific to a particular neighborhood. Yes, there are several apartment buildings and hotels in the vicinity that have marquees or canopies, but these are larger building types at which such features are traditional and not discouraged by the regulations. And most of these buildings are either outside the district boundary or are non-contributing buildings within it. The universe of entrance awnings at the couple hundred houses in Foggy Bottom is 4. Including a second awning at the subject property that was installed prior to 2004. It's unclear why, given that nearly all houses in the neighborhoods have functioned without such an awning for more than a century, that this property should have 2, one of which is presently non-functional for lack of a cover. Other examples are 936 24th Street and 822 25th Street, whose awnings were installed years before the historic district was designated. And finally, the fourth, we have 2417 I Street, a non-contributing building at which we had said that a canvas awning might be installed to fit the entry door opening, but a different awning was installed without permit. So to see if we were being ahistoric by only looking at today's conditions, I decided to go back and see if the situation were different 40 years ago when the Foggy Bottom survey photos were taken. Of course, that date was several decades after the period of significance, which ends in 1915, but at least it would pick up some of the post-war awnings. I again found 4, 2 of those mentioned earlier, plus 20 Snows Court and 918 25th Street. If the board wishes to support the newly installed awning, it must consider the applicability of such an alteration to similarly situated properties, at least within Foggy Bottom. In fact, we would consider most properties, brick row houses, to be similarly situated. So in conclusion, the Historic Preservation Office recommends that the board recommend against issuance of a permit for the canopy or canopy awning as incompatible with the character of the historic district. But as the older awning on the building is grandfathered in a sense, we could see that being recovered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Tim. Is the applicant ready to present?
I am. This is Angie.
Okay.
Hi. Right. Okay. So I would say I have read and heard Tim with great interest, and I think he has a lot of insight into how these things work. And we absolutely agree that from our part, from what he first said, we should have applied for a permit. And so this is no reason for us to argue that we've already done it and let's keep it. So I would say that our main reason for installing this, and we did kind of do it ourselves, we should have known better and we should have applied for a permit, was really that the door frame in this particular house, for some reason, was constantly getting wet with the rain, and there was some damage inside. And we also like the idea that if someone is standing in the rain trying to get in the house, a canopy would be nice. And to say that, is it accurate that we took the example of some other things in the neighborhood? Probably. I think we didn't think it would be that big of an issue. We're kind of having heard what Tim is saying, and I think what is on the other side of the house as a much more traditional example, I think what we would urge the board to do is if you can give us some option in terms of retaining some kind of canopy on 2409 and 2407, we would like to be able to do that, just because we think it will be less damage. On the other hand, I think if the board feels strongly that this does not go with the historic neighborhood and that you want us to, remove the newly installed one at 2409, we will do what you ask.
Is there an image of the older awning that you're referencing in your staff report, Tim?
Is it in the presentation? Steve, are you running the presentation?
I didn't see any other images besides this one.
I apologize. I probably should have put into the report.
It's very different.
I
would testify
guess
to
so.
It's an arched awning that used to have canvas on it, and the canvas was removed, we believe, in 2014 after it tore.
Okay.
If
I know you all have computers in front of you, if you look up Google Street View
You
for
can see it on, it's on Google.
2407.
Yeah. I mean, we can, Tim, we've toyed several times with the idea of either removing that canopy and, doing something less invasive or, a little bit easier to maintain, because getting the canopy covers now for that is even a challenge because not that many people are making them. It's not to say that, this cannot be done. So, we'd also be open to any suggestions that the board might have in terms of being able to have simple canopies on both. I think one, just to keep the, the damage off the wooden door frame. But, we're open to your suggestions. What do you tell us? We'll try and act on it.
All right. Do board members have questions for the applicant? All right. If there are no questions, then there's no one registered to speak on this application, so we would be ready to deliberate. And I again support the staff report in this case. After seeing the Google Street View, I could support retaining the older awning if it can be recovered, but otherwise the canopy that's installed is incompatible.
I agree.
Okay. All right.
I agree.
So I will make a motion to support the staff report and offer the alternative of recovering that awning, the older awning. and ask for a second?
Second.
Okay, then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, anyone opposed? Then the motion carries. Thank you, and we've reached our lunch break. We had 30 minutes scheduled. Do you all still want to take 30 minutes, or are you okay to come back at 12:30?
12:30 is fine with me.
Okay, perfect. All right, we'll stick to the schedule. We'll be back at 12:30. Thanks. Good afternoon. It's now 12:30. And so we're ready to resume our afternoon hearings, beginning with 3212 19th Street Northwest in Mount Pleasant Historic District. Is staff ready to make your presentation?
Madam Chair, this is Tim Dene, staff for Mount Pleasant. Thank you. This is an after-the-fact permit application to add stone pavers to the lead walk, main entry steps, and front porch, and to replace 2 dormer windows. The subject property is one of a row of a dozen 1911 brick houses designed by Albert H. Beers. To avoid monotony on a long row, architect Beers had designed a row of ordered complexity, employing the same plan and massing, height and width, porches and bay organization, but varying windows and window arches, cornices and dormers. Beers chose carefully the elements that were intended to match and repeat to set up a rhythm, only to break the pattern judiciously with other elements. As I said, there are 2 issues here. First, a permit had been issued in 2019 to replace windows, and it had proposed and was approved for the replacement of the dormer windows with 15/1 light windows, as had been the original configuration. Instead, 1/1 windows were installed in the dormers. The historic preservation regulations for windows state that at the principal facades of small buildings that contribute to the character of a historic district, quote, if windows cannot reasonably be restored, replacement windows shall be approved if they reasonably match the historic windows in all respects, unquote, including configuration, which it goes on to discuss. The idea is repeated in the board's design guidelines, window repair and replacement, as, quote, the configuration of panes and pattern of profiles of muntins should replicate the appearance of the original windows, unquote. Now, the second issue is one of paving the original concrete lead walk, steps and porch with stone. Although done neatly, the coloration is unusually varied stone to stone, quite unlike the qualities of the original walks, which are nearly of monochromatic concrete, which are nearly ubiquitous in Mount Pleasant, reflective of both the uniformity among rows and the popularity of concrete as an extremely durable, relatively inexpensive, and easily worked material. Paving over concrete in a different material is discouraged by the historic preservation guidelines, landscaping, landscape features, and secondary buildings in historic district, as they recognize the material as characteristic of most early 20th century properties. I'm going to give you now a whole bunch of quotes from those design guidelines. Without opening and closing quotes, you can imagine ellipses between the statements. The design of front yards is one of the most character-defining features of historic buildings. Sidewalks, paths, driveways are some of the more common landscape features. When located in front yards or other areas that can be seen from a public right-of-way, their design often contributes to the character of the property and neighborhood. The design and location of sidewalks and paths located in front yards helps to define the character of the landscape and the neighborhood. Historically, they were constructed of concrete, although other materials can be found. Character-defining landscaping and landscape features should not be removed or altered without careful consideration. Existing sidewalks and paths should be maintained and, if necessary, repaired or replaced in kind. That is, in the same material as the existing. This is particularly important for sidewalks or paths located in front yards or in areas that can be seen from a public street. Spalled and powdered concrete should be removed and replaced with new concrete, colored and finished to match the existing. Badly cracked, settled, or heaved concrete may also require removal and replacement. In some cases, minor cracking can be successfully patched using patching cement. Concrete slabs that show minor heaving or settlement often can be lifted intact and relaid on a new base of sand and gravel. The guidelines do not present a possible substitute material for concrete. So the guidelines for porches and steps on historic buildings reinforce these ideas and I quote, concrete steps or porch floors may chip, fall, or erode, making them difficult or dangerous to walk on. Minor damage may be repaired using patching concrete, textured, colored, and finished as the existing. Extensively damaged concrete steps or porch floors should be replaced in kind. Precast concrete steps should not be used unless they match the existing in design, texture, profile, color, and other defining characteristics, unquote. As I said, concrete walks are monolithic and generally monochromatic. The particolored flagstone overlay here creates an especially striking contrast in its hues and bold mortar joints. The steps' cheek walls were also parged in a lighter color than the original concrete. There are some practical considerations to paving over concrete. The generally thinly bedded facings tend to come apart. They tend to come up over time as water works its way into the joints. And of course, there's a mechanical action of people walking over the walks. When applicants have insisted upon covering concrete steps, HPO has sometimes approved thicker stone slabs of a color similar to the concrete and monochromatic, with one slab per tread, covering an entire tread. Such an approach was approved elsewhere in Mount Pleasant, 3123 Adams Mill back in 2019, but that project never went forward. So to bring it back to the original design intent, a row should pretty much continue to match where it was intended to match. The potential of each property going off in its own direction erodes the whole, whether you're looking at it in terms of a row, a street face on a single block, or the entire historic district. While the Historic Preservation Office can't support the work as it is compatible with the character of the historic district or sufficiently retentive of or enhancing the character of the subject property, one possible compromise would be to leave the flagstones in place only on the porch deck where they're less prominently visible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Tim. Is the applicant ready to present? All right. We are.
Okay, is it the PowerPoint presentation, hopefully?
Steve, how did that happen? Or Juliana? Did you have a presentation you were going to show?
I have a presentation, yes.
Right, but you're not supposed to share your screen. The
Okay.
staff
I wasn't aware that I wasn't allowed to share my screen.
No, yeah.
I think we have the presentation.
Yes.
If I'm
Should.
mistaken.
Yeah, it should be preloaded.
I think it's what we were just looking at.
Yeah, but it disappeared.
So I was sharing my screen and you just instructed me not to, so I stopped sharing.
Right, what I'm saying is the staff should have had your whatever you gave them as your presentation preloaded into our slideshow. I didn't even realize you had the ability to share your screen because typically you don't. I don't know how that happened. But
I have her presentation. I don't know how the sharing switched over.
right. Yeah, that's odd. Do you
And
want to
now
go
I'm-
ahead and put it up? Are you able to?
Yes.
Yeah, this is a first.
Okay.
Here we go. Looks like the same thing. So
Yeah.
you should be in good shape. Okay.
Yeah, so if you just want to say next slide when you want me to advance them, I'm happy to do that.
I'll certainly do that. Thank you so much. As I mentioned, my name is Natalie Bonanno, and I'm here with my husband, Devon Lowe. And we are the owners of 3212 19th Street in Flats in Mount Pleasant. And before I get started, I just wanted to give you a little bit of a timeline of how we ended up where we are today. On June 8th, 2022, almost 1 year ago, we received a correction order that was taped to our door to remove the exterior tile, restore the original concrete to original concrete condition. And if we didn't do so, it would be removed for us by a contractor. A lien would be placed on our property, and our property would be sold in a tax sale. The letter also contained instructions for appeal. And in those instructions, we were told to fill out an appeal form. However, there was no appeal form attached to the correction order. The very same day that we received the correction order on June 8th of last year, we went to DCRA in person. We were told to call the inspector. We called the inspector. The inspector told us to email the Historic Preservation Review Board. We did so. We emailed one of the employees. We were unable to reach resolution, so we emailed another Historic Preservation Review Board employee. And on June 14th, we were told to see after the fact approval. This is June 14th of last year. So on June 16th, we submitted our after the fact approval application, and we were told that there was going to be a hearing on July 28th, 2022. We heard nothing after that. So fast forward to January 2023, we received the same correction order on our door, this time adding the third floor windows. And the third floor windows were one small piece of a large renovation project that took place over 3 years ago. They were part of our permit for a renovation of our home. And when we completed the renovation, DCRA came to our house, did a final inspection of our home, and approved everything, including the windows. So here we are today, seeking after the fact approval for the front exterior tile on the third floor windows. And I guess what's so perplexing to us, if you could advance to the next slide, is there are at least 13 other 19th Street neighbors with similar front exterior tile. And we can continue to go through the slides. Please. Next slide, please. Thirteen other houses on 19th Street alone. We didn't walk the whole neighborhood, although we're happy to. Have similar, front exterior tile. Next slide, please. 3240 in particular, I would say most of those. Next slide, please. There are additional properties with front exterior tile. And the next slide shows clean windows. 23rd floor windows as the ones we have. 3220 is a 2-for-1. They've got the front exterior tile as well as the windows. Our next door neighbor, 3210 19th Street, also has the same third floor exterior windows. The same with 1707 Lamont Street. Now, we didn't walk the whole neighborhood or the whole 19th Street for the windows, but we would do so upon request. All right, so next slide, please. So multiple Mount Pleasant neighbors have similar front exterior tile. Our exterior tile is not so dissimilar to what's already in the neighborhood. Several Mount Pleasant neighbors have the same third floor windows. Our third floor windows are the same. There's no difference here. Throughout this process, to be honest with you, it's been bamboozling for us. We feel as though we're being singled out. We're being treated unfairly with regard to our neighbors. And there's been no explanation as to why these other houses are really full. And in fact, it's been quite the opposite. Our experience communicating with your office has been less than easy to understand. And to this day, we haven't been able to reach a resolution. So Kevin, I didn't know if you wanted to add anything.
Not really, but it's just basically, I think what is going on in our neighborhood, it's like somebody's using DCRA as a weapon to us because we've been attacked in all different handles. Every time it's always something new, it's never stopped. So the whole point of this, I would love for this to resolve so this can be stopped and so we can send this message to send all of the neighbors around in Mount Pleasant and said, stop from use DCRA as a weapon. It is not funny and it's just driving us crazy.
It's not all of our neighbors.
It's not all of our neighbors. Some of our neighbors, I'll rephrase that. Some of our neighbors in the Mount Pleasant area, they're just using it as a weapon and it needs to stop.
Okay. Right. Does the board have any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I do. When were you all aware that you were moving into a house that was in the historic district?
We were aware when we moved in. That's one of the reasons we bought the property.
And how long were you in the house before you made these modifications?
So for the windows, we weren't able to move into the house until the interior renovation was complete. So that renovation started in 2018, and we weren't able to move in until around 2020.
And at that point, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and so the third floor windows were replaced during that renovation project. But to be honest with you, because we were doing a small addition to the back, and that took forever, and that had a lot of problems. We had like a stop work order. Like the windows were like the least.
That was a disaster.
So we were just grateful to be able to move in. For the interior of the house, we kept as many of the historic details as possible. We restored the original hardwood floors. We kept all the interior doors. We kept all the interior trim. We, in the only original bathroom, we kept as much of the tile as we could. So we have an appreciation for this historic property.
So but you were aware when you bought the house that you were in a historic district and exterior modifications were subject to review by the Historic Preservation Review Board, correct?
Not for exterior modifications. To be honest with you about the front exterior tile, we did not realize.
No, not
what
my contract. The contractor would I use to install because it was a surprise to my wife because we just have a baby, so I do a surprise for her. So I hire a contractor to do it, and I said, "Do I need to get a permit for it?" And he said, "No, you don't need to get a permit or anything." So that's the reason why I moved forward with it because she had no clue I was planning to do it. It was because I just had my son. It was a surprise, like a push surprise for her, and I do it for her. That's what
I
happened.
understand, but I believe under DC law, the property owner is responsible for permits and anything like that. So the contractor can tell you whatever he wants, but the property owner is responsible to make sure that you're conforming to DC law. Way it is. Okay. Thank you.
With respect to the windows, well, I guess the windows were a part of your full renovation, correct? And all of that was permitted.
Yeah. All right.
And so at that time, you would have gone through review with the Historic Preservation Office. They would have reviewed it. Did the subject of the 15/1 windows come up at that point? Oh,
No, because the bigger issue with our house was the addition on the back. And we got a stop work order because of it, and we had to get the exterior materials that we were using on the back of our house.
sure. But did your drawings that showed you were replacing the windows show 1/1s, or the windows that you installed, or did they show at that point 15/1? I'm just trying to understand the
Perhaps I can clarify, Madam Chairman.
sure, Tim, that's helpful.
The property owners obtained several permits for different parts of the renovation. And one of these is, I will read this description to you. It says, replace existing windows in kind with wood or aluminum clad wood and replace and add larger deck on rear of house. Attic windows to be 15/1 sashes, lower floors to be 1/1. This is actually in the description of the work.
What was that? What was that last thing again, Tim, on the description of the windows?
It says attic windows to be 15/1 sashes, lower floors to be 1/1.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, I just have a point of clarification. I thought I read somewhere part of the stairs, or the walkway rather, extends into public space. Tim, is that true?
That's true. Basically, the whole extent of the stairs coming from the street and the lead walk are in public space. Public space starts approximately where the leading edge of the porch is, or the porch was, I should say.
So Tim, sorry, Carissa, were you finished?
I'm finished, Madam Chair.
Okay.
We didn't expand on decks. We just put tile over the existing.
Understood. It's still technically public space, even though it's steps. They showed quite a few photos, and the letters from neighbors talk about the number of houses that have tiled steps. Have all of those been permitted and approved by staff?
Well, no.
So they've just
as you probably know, enforcement is a difficult and miserable and thankless job. And as we speak, there's probably somebody doing unpermitted work in Mount Pleasant, as well as the other historic districts. What you get is a combination of alterations that were done before this was a historic district, alterations that were done without permits, and then the property changed hands so that we can't go after the person who actually did it. And then there's probably any number right now that people have done the work and we just haven't caught them yet because we haven't made a survey of everything. But what it does is it raises the question, it sort of gives us these two alternatives. One is to say, well, enough people have already paved over their concrete walks that we just don't care anymore and we're going to let everybody else do it. The other is to say, well, we're not going to do that. We still think the predominant historic material is concrete. We still agree with what our guidelines and regulations say, and we're still going to try to enforce that.
Well, Tim, I mean, I think you make a good point. You can't mount a camera on every building in our historic districts and monitor what's going on. You know, people also at the same time want to improve their houses. You know, but when you're in a historic district, there's a sensitivity to getting the approval and making sure you're checking the right boxes that, you know, if we didn't enforce that, why even have historic districts?
The encouraging thing is that now we have a somewhat better system. Since Department of Buildings has instituted a third-party inspection system, the third-party inspection itself doesn't always catch all of the issues as you might expect. But what we're doing with the third-party companies, which are private companies who are doing inspections for people, we're having them send us sort of photos of the completed work so that we can catch things that differ from the approved permits.
Well, so when the inspector was sent out to our property, it's almost like he had blinders on by not looking directly at our next door neighbors and seeing the front exterior tile and paint.
That's because, Ms. Bonanno, the inspector's there to look at your property. They're not there to look at your adjacent property. And they're looking at your property's compliance with the requirements of the historic district and the permit drawings that you have or have not submitted.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, the inspector can certainly look at any properties, but what happens is it's typically driven by complaints. Like somebody just noticed some work happened. It's different from what I saw last week, and they'll report that, and that's valuable because as a practical matter, when we have to do enforcement and go in front of an administrative law judge, we have to say when the things happen. That is to say, who is responsible for it happening.
Mhm. Well, given the state of walkways in Mount Pleasant, however they have evolved, Tim, do you have an issue with this because of just strictly because it's tile and not concrete, or would you find this more acceptable or compatible if there wasn't such great color variation? I'm just wondering.
I mean, there are sort of gradations of compatibility, as you know. We hold to the guidelines that you really shouldn't pave over. As I suggested in the staff report, we have supported sort of placing single slabs on top of stair risers and trying to get those to match with stair treads, and then get those to match roughly the color of the stair risers and have them monochromatic, but not paving over an entire walk. And this one is sort of especially noticeable, I think, just because of the coloration and the variation in color from stone to stone.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why it's notable right now because it is very partly new. If everyone ever cleaned their front porch, it would definitely stand out because it's very new. That's the reason why it stand out so much. If it's over here, it would just kind of basically fade away. The color would kind of fade out.
Well, it'll get dirtier, but it's probably not going to lose color too much.
Right.
I think and to the argument of, hey, a lot of people have sort of worked this stuff in without permits over time, whether that's 50 years ago or last week. It's up to the board whether the presentation before you is compelling that, in fact, the board shouldn't concern itself any longer with whether lead walks are still concrete or not. Because for every walk you can show that has a different material, I can show 10 that have concrete. So that it's sort of up to you whether you accept that argument.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay, we do have one of their neighbors registered to speak. Is Greg Laval or Greg Lavallee? I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name, but Is he on the line?
Chair Heath, this is Juliana speaking. They're not on the line.
Okay. We do have his letter in the file. So I assume his statement would have aligned with the letter that he sent. And we have a letter from Greg Negus and Mikey Mirrors. I hope I'm not butchering those names, but the neighbors at 3213 19th Street. Okay. So, and does the board have any final questions before we deliberate?
I just have one quick one, Chair Heath. Tim, if possible, I know in some cases we ask for true divided lights, but let's say on those bay windows, they could do a simulated divided light treatment. Is there a precedent for that within Mount Pleasant?
Oh yeah, we almost exclusively do simulated divided light because everybody's putting in double glazed windows now. You can get a true divided light double glazed window, but the problem is that the muntins become really heavy.
Yeah.
So by doing a single divided light, you can get as little as a 5/8 with muntin, which is pretty close to what the original was.
So they could purchase a mutton pattern to apply to the inside and the outside of the window on the upper sashes. To
Oh, well, I wouldn't necessarily recommend that, because if you're applying something to an existing window, that's unlikely to be durable, and there's a question of how it sort of dies into the surrounding sash profile. Sort of retrofitting them is kind of difficult. It may be possible to go to the manufacturer and say, can I just change out my upper sash?
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Are we ready to deliberate? Does anyone want to start?
I agree with the staff report recommendations.
Okay.
Yeah, I would too. I also want to just address one thing that's in the letter, which is fairly accusatory about the fact that there's a racial undertone to the enforcement of this law and this procedure. And I just want to say that I object strongly to that accusation on behalf of the board and the HPRB and the preservation staff. You know, I think that it's unfortunate that this went ahead without getting the proper approval. You know, where there would have been, you know, you would have done it once and it would have been done and everything would have been fine. But to say that people are being singled out, you know, it's a little bit like getting a speeding ticket. Why didn't that guy get, and you're on the highway? Well, you were the one that got caught, and that's what happens. And not to say that there aren't other places where people have done things that should be brought to the board's attention and enforcement's attention, but to insist that this somehow has some other undercurrent, I think really devalues the serious problems we have of racism in our society. And I think it's untrue. And you know, I support the staff report as well.
In your original correction order to you.
But this is not that did not come from the board.
Okay.
But so just so you understand.
Okay, well, I didn't understand that.
You're also not able to speak during our deliberation, so it's just the board at this point.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I agree with the staff report as well. Unfortunately, I think the house is a beautiful house. I think that the work that was done was nicely done. Unfortunately, it wasn't done per permit. There are processes and procedures in place for that reason. And so this is just an extremely unfortunate situation. I sympathize with the homeowner, and I certainly understand what this probably means from a financial perspective. I mean, we can't consider that. It's unfortunate, but I agree with the staff report. And I also want to say, I won't speak to the homeowner's perception of their treatment. It is certainly true that rules and regulations can be wielded unfairly. And so I want to be clear about that. And if that's the way they feel, that's the way they feel. Notwithstanding that, things were done not according to processes and procedures, and that this is the place where that gets rectified. So
Yeah, I think that's the unfortunate part of it. And there may be an issue with neighbors who reported this, but I think to Matt's point, it doesn't that doesn't negate the fact that the appropriate process was not followed.
That's right.
So
by the applicant.
That's
by
right.
the applicant,
Staff
right.
has followed the appropriate
And
process.
so it puts us in an unfortunate position. I mean, this is the third case we've had today of after the fact permit, and it puts us in a really awkward position to have to be asked to approve something that's already installed. We would have weighed in and provided feedback had we had the opportunity beforehand to avoid getting into this situation. But yeah, at any rate, I am also inclined to support the staff report.
Can I say one thing, clarifying one thing though, Money?
Mhm.
I think Carissa raises a good point. We're not sure what happened actually on the street. My point simply about the accusation in the letter is that on behalf of the Office of Planning and on behalf of enforcement and on behalf of this board, I object to that. Now, whether or not other people in the neighborhood are acting in a different way with different intentions, I have no way of knowing that. You know, certainly would be very disappointed to learn if that was an intention of somebody in filing or asking for a review. But you know, I think the thing here is that the process is clear, it's well articulated, and it's something that needs to be followed.
Yeah. All right. So I will make a motion to support the staff report. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion? Not then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Right. And that was everybody. So the motion carries. Thank you. All right. We're ready for our next application, which is coming back to us at 1605 to 1607 Good Hope Road, Southeast.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm on here.
Hi, so this is a returning project to the board. It's 1605, 1607 Good Hope Road, Southeast. It's come to the board, I think about 3 or 4 times, with the board asking the applicant to make changes and adjustments to the facade, to the vocabulary, and most recently to the areaways. So the applicant has made changes and provided some options, 2 options to the board on different articulations of the areaway and the entry door. So I'll go ahead and just let the architects go through the package. Staff report is supporting the porch vocabulary as well as the updates to the railings, which are much more solidified than open and provide a bit more design.
All right. Thanks. The applicant ready to present, the architect ready to present. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Will Tays with Tays Warren Architects. I'm here on behalf of Dillon Investments for the property at 1605, 1607 Good Hope Road. As Ms. Price mentioned, we've had several trips before the board, so I appreciate the board's continuing patience in working with us on this application. Just as a reminder, at the April board meeting, The board generally felt that the massing and facade were in line or in keeping, but there were some questions about the detailing, in particular of the entries into what we call our live work units, as well as some of the detailing associated with the balcony. One thing that I wanted to just emphasize in this presentation is that the ANC supports this project, and I think one of the things that was really important to the ANC was the perception of retail and the sort of variation in types of retail along Good Hope Road. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So we've provided both the April hearing series of images as well as 2 additional options, which I think option A is a porch option and option B is a stoop option, might be one way to remember it. So this is where we were last month. Next slide, please. This is where we are with the porch or option A. The big idea here was that we revised the detailing of the guardrail at both the balconies and then carried that language and detailing to the porches below. Those porches, there are porches, albeit on residential buildings in the historic district, but again, we talked a little bit last month about this building. It's a bit of a bridge between the residential and the commercial districts, particularly at the end of Good Hope Road. One other thing, we did make some slight adjustments with regard to the massing of the B, the middle, the sort of tan brick piece, as well as the C element. There were some relatively minor adjustments there. Next slide, please. So I think we heard a little bit of concern from both the board and I think the Historic Anacostia Preservation Society about the porches at our previous meeting. So we had also looked at an option that we call option B, or it's more of a stoop option. And this internalizes the stair. So the stair that had previously been on the outside of the building, we brought into the inside of the building with minimal impact on the units at the cellar and the ground floor. And we've created entrances to each of those units. So we're still able to achieve the ANC's goal of this creation of these live work units that could be used by someone opening up a pop-up retail or an artist studio, just generates some flexibility. We still maintain the dedicated retail at the west end and then the lobby entrance at the east end. Next slide. The plan view here is where we were in April, and it's also the same plan as option A, where we still have the porches on the outside. Next slide, please. And then this is an illustration showing the change to bringing those stairs interior to the units. There was a suggestion made in our conversations with HAPS about adding a landscape fence, and so we think that's an excellent idea. So we've added that. And the notion is that you would have a gate that would provide a boundary between the porch or the stoop area rather and a sidewalk. That gate would then lead into a small stoop area and then into the units and then up a few stairs to get to the main floor. Next slide, please. Just wanted to touch on the slight revisions to the massing. We're still employing the ABC rhythm. We made the B rhythm a little bit wider and the C a little bit narrow, but I think generally in keeping with what the board had approved previously. Next slide. And then our facade today. So this represents the iteration or option B where we have internalized those stairs, and in some ways it certainly cleans up and de-densifies the street elevation. Next slide, please. And then I just wanted to point out that on the rear facade, we continue to enjoy the support of most of the neighbors behind us, and we're not proposing any changes at this point to that facade that we had previously presented. Next slide. Again, where we were in April. Next slide. This option is sort of difficult to tell much of a difference, but we've made those adjustments. This is representing the option A or the porch. Next slide, please. Then this is looking at the entry option B. Next slide. As we move closer to the building, that difference becomes a little bit more apparent. Again, we are not proposing any revisions to the east end of the building where we have the main lobby and the leasing office. Next slide. Yep, so option B here, you can see the slight difference at the base. Next slide. And so I think this is probably the set of images that I'd like to close with and really reflects where we were back in April. We had balconies that had a horizontal, more contemporary horizontal read, and then carried that language down to the porches and the stairs. Next slide, please. And then this is that same plan configuration, but illustrating the balcony in a slightly different material, and a very different material, I should say, and then carrying that detail down to the lower level. The material itself is it's a product. It's essentially a steel plate that's been laser cut or water jet cut rather to create a pattern. And we feel strongly that the pattern is a great way to connect back to the more kind of artistic and eclectic nature that is found in some of the other buildings in Anacostia, and quite frankly makes the building a little bit more fun. Next slide, please. And then this is option B, and option B is where, again, where we've internalized the stairs. We're providing or proposing a masonry wing wall with a step up, and then each of those 4 residential live-work live-work entries has a canopy and a light associated with it. The patterning that we see on the balconies above would only be carried down to the gates leading into the yards or the front stoop areas, and then doing a very sort of simple, very light, even maybe just a top rail to indicate some differentiation between the sidewalk area and the landscape bed beyond. So the predominant area of focus over the last month has been the working on these entries, and I think we're in a better place. We feel comfortable with both approaches and look forward to what the board has to say and what they think about the 2 options that we presented. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board for any questions.
Great, thank you. And thank you for your continued effort to address the board's comments. I think it's definitely resulted in a nice project. Do board members have any questions?
Just a real quick one, Will, to ask you, do all the entrances need to have a step up into them? Just thinking about accessibility, like if you could get somebody in who wasn't ambulatory, or if I'm showing up with, kids in a stroller, at least I could get everybody inside without going up a step.
Yes.
Into a platform, do they all need to have a step up?
So this is a second means of entry into the units. All of these units would also have a door on the inside that goes onto the common corridor, so that if you had while it's not ideal, if you had a guest or a visitor that was needed a more accessible entry, they would come through the main building lobby, which is accessible, and they could come in through the common door. So this is the second way of getting into these units.
Yeah, okay. Just thinking about that because this makes it more like a live-work retail front. Like you could invite somebody in. There's opportunity for some signage on those awnings, I think, if you, had that as your retail commercial space and also lived in it too. Thanks.
Thanks, Gretchen. We have both Camille and Greta registered to speak on this again. Are they both on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'll speak, and I think Greta will after speak on the options. I think unfortunately, it's one of these cases where we sort of come up as sort of complaining, and I'm personally not happy with the outcome. I know the board even at some point said, HAPS needs to be open to bigger building. I think we are open to big building. There were no issue with projects like Gateway 1 and 2 that are of similar size. And I think quickly, first, we still feel it's too big for the location. There are some basic rules, some basic principles we're supposed to follow when we do buildings in the historic district. Once, like a new construction of 5-story next to a 1-story is by essence not compatible. And I think this is really clear. And what you have in front is 2-story houses. So, okay, I understand the board is okay. I was already deliberated on the height and the massing. We're not going to go back to that, but I want to express that. And I think here we are failing in historic preservation. The other thing I think that has not been a good experience for us with this case. I think my understanding is HPRB's function include to facilitate public comment, and I think my understanding is for HPRB to help us being heard. And as I explained last time, the applicant was very clear with us that they would listen only to what HPRB is saying. And many times, what we recommended to HPRB was not really reflected in the deliberation. So in the end, when we sort of accepted the massing, even so we mentioned it, we mentioned materials. Materials has not been taken into account. There's been extensive amount of material now that is not compatible. All the bay are with its flat and maybe shiny material. I mean, again, there are guidelines the DC has developed for historic preservation. Material is important. And I think here the problem is there is a problem still with material and detail, like the fenestration. It's modern. It's like, so it's really do not fit that. And I think if you do a large building, like it happens sometimes, like Gateway 1 and 2, then pay enough attention to the design, to the material, to the detail. And we've got good example where this has happened with Gateway 1 and 2, and it's a lot depending on the applicant. But I think HPRB and HPO has an important to play. And HPO, I feel also on the reports, I found the report very thin for such a big project. I think not a systematic look at the element related to historic preservation for such a big project. I don't know if in this case, sometimes there should be another HPO staff working to support, because those are big projects and you need to look at a lot of elements. But I think this is a very thin assessment of the compatibility of the building. So I think this is the honest assessment. And we live there, we're resident of this area, and it's very discouraging for me when after so many meetings we come up with a building like this one. This is disappointing and discouraging for historic preservation. So that's really my honest opinion. So I'm hearing that the board seems to I heard like, someone seemed to be satisfied with the outcome. This building could be outside of the historic district. You can find this type of building outside of the historic district. It has nothing special. It has nothing that communicate with what we have in historic Anacostia. So with that, I think I'll give the chance of Greta to say on the limited scope of recommendation you have between option A and B. Maybe we're going to say what we think, but I think in essence, I think we are failing here our historic district. Thank you.
Sure. I have a question of Camila, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure, go ahead.
Camila, it would be helpful to me because I feel like I have been listening and reading your letters in great detail, but I know that there seems to be a difference opinion between many of the board members and your group in terms of the massing, but could you specifically say what you think is not compatible with the historic district about the materials that have been used? Granted, this is not a contextual solution. It is a modern solution, but modern solutions, as you know, and I'm sure you agree also, can be compatible within a historic district. But specifically, it would be very helpful to me, and I apologize if I've missed it in what I've read and heard you say, but if there are specifics of materials or elements that you feel are not compatible, that would be very helpful for me to hear.
Are you still there, Camille?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. I think here, for big buildings like that in historic Anacostia, it would be, bricks or stones or this type of porous type of material. I think we've got already a precedent of a building that have used fiber cement, and that just doesn't work well. And then we end up sometimes with a patchwork of different material that are really, we find a bit everywhere in the city, but just do not communicate well. So I think here the example is clearly all these bay, and it's associated to the design now. So I don't know, I'm not saying just making them in bricks would be the solution, but it's the fact that I think that's really an extensive use of a material that really is not compatible, I think. And then related to that is the details about the windows. Each windows, if you do windows with like using bricks, You're going to do like the header, you're going to do all these details. You may have a bit of setback with your window. All these elements are basic. It's basic of historic preservation, and we're just going to a modern structure that just like lose that. So quickly your material is linked to this detail. Then the detail is also all these railing and balconies. Now we even have this very modern type of balcony. It's just like, it's obviously a preference of the applicant to just have a very modern conception of what could be done. We live there. I mean, it's just, we every day in the historic district, I tell you, just doesn't fit. This is, and yeah. But I'm happy, at some point, if the board or want us with Greta to meet to explain a bit more, because I feel like sometimes we come, that's even why sometimes I don't even writing anything anymore, because I feel like what we're saying in the end is always being seen as big complainers. I mean, we're not against the project itself, we want something. We're all for the development of our neighborhood. We're trying to be constructive here, but sometimes I just feel we're just not being listened, And remember, I remember one of the board member, Linda Green, I'd mentioned about the size of the building. She was there one day. She really spoke up about that, and she had concern about that. But since then, after I don't think she's here today or anything. But this has faded, and now we've got apparently accepted like a building that I think even bigger than what it was at the very beginning. So that's sad, Thank you.
Did you have any follow-up, Gretchen?
Yeah. So Camille, it's the fact that there are bays and then balconies on the bays, and that the bays are clad in metal panel. That's of concern because the windows that are in the masonry, they do have lintels and sills similar to more traditional construction, but it's that in addition to and I think you've heard us say repeatedly also that there's some merit to pursuing some additional plan and coordination for guidelines for the historic district, not to put the onus on your group solely at all, but certainly there's a dialogue that needs to happen about what are the acceptable character defining features and elements that are compatible with the historic district on the commercial streets, especially when we get to these larger commercial streets, right? The guidelines that you have talk about smaller scale retail and then residential work, but there isn't anything currently in your guidelines about the larger commercial development and some of the development that's proposed and been approved already in the small area plans and in the comp plan for the district and development. And so getting ahead of that, I think, would be really helpful, because right now, you're right, you're chasing it, right? And it's perceived that you're complaining, but you're not complaining. You're wanting to be compatible, but somehow there needs to be a dialogue, and that activity needs to happen in order to define what the compatibility is. But I guess skipping back a bit, so what I've heard is that you're still not comfortable with the size, and that there are bays, and that the bays have balconies, and that the bays are metal panel, because the windows in them are modern. They don't have the lintels and the sills like a traditional constructed masonry wall might, or a wood detailed wall might. Is that correct?
Are you still there, Camille?
Sorry, Camille.
Yeah, sorry, it takes time to unmute me. I think I have to wait to be unmuted. Yeah, I think now that's correct. I think the side of the part in bricks, I think it's much, we're much more comfortable with that. It's really that center part with these bay windows and yellow color, like, I mean, and then call it, but it's really these bays with a material that is, all guidelines don't address big building, but they still address materials. I mean, there is some. I remember when they said, for instance, like a flat material. I mean, even there's some wording saying that bricks, has some texture, some that should be, you know, a material should be compatible with that. So when you put like some metal next to a brick, you know, in large quantities, that doesn't communicate well. I mean, I remember very well all that in the guidelines. So yes, that's really that aspect. It's very busy, and it lost a lot of so that central part of the building. I think it's where I'm the most bothered, and I really feel it doesn't work well. And you know, what frustrates me the most is I went like, you know, I go a lot in the city. I went to Edge Street last time. I remember seeing in Edge Street, it's not even an historic district. They do like a 5-story building in bricks, very streamlined design, but that fits well, you know, and it's like nice. It looks, you know, a bit modern, but still has a lot of character that remind you. So there are good examples in the city of where you can have a building of that size that look good. And we have even a few in our neighborhood, but for some reason, you know, sometimes we end up with these buildings. And we've got a few large projects that have been approved before the historic district was extended. So we've got now I think we need to be even more cautious about the new buildings we're doing, you know, because this is, you know, for a lifetime, you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille.
Thank you. Greta, are you on? If she's on, can she be unmuted?
Greta is on. I did unmute.
Okay.
Okay, there it is. It wouldn't unmute at first.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm gonna piggyback, and not to make this a one-way conversation, but what Camille is saying. And he's so right. And one of the things that I found with the project is when he said the 5-story next to a 1-story. And if you guys recall, the developer or the architect, they put in the design that there was going to be a building the same height, same massing next to it. Well, that isn't the case. As it is right now, the building next door, which was known as the laundromat, 1603 to 1605, I believe is the address. I can't quite recall. It has a tenant, and they're using the existing 1-story building. So now you're going to have a 5-story building that jumps up in the middle of a 1-story building and a 2-story UPO building, or 1-story UPO building. So now you're going to have this kind of pop-up in between. And there is not at this moment going to be another building of the same massing next door to it. That's number one. Number two about this project is I just think that it does not communicate well to me with the homes that are on the street. It's a building, it's not a house. I don't believe the stairs belong in the front of the building. They're inappropriate for Anacostia Historic District. And just because it's something new, yes, we can introduce new things, but I don't think those stairs are what should be appropriately introduced into our historic district. It does not read well. The other part of the project is if we had to choose between A and B, if we had to, and as you heard Camille said, we're not really on board with either one, but I do not want to see stairs. We'd rather go with something B that incorporates the stairs or whatever on the inside and not on the outside of the building. I'm not going to say much more. I think Camille communicated quite well. And not to have a one-way conversation, but the honest of the historic district and doing the guidelines is really on us. We've tried to talk to the A. The only time they vote on anything is when they want to get affordable housing, and then they walk away. So the developer or the architect, someone communicated that the ANC wanted this and wanted that. They haven't even showed up here. They don't show up. They don't talk to us. They don't understand the historic guidelines and even try to work with the historic district. Actually, they leave it to us. I've called them. I've sent messages to them. And as most, they're not the only ANC in this city that does that. Most ANCs don't really pay attention to the historic preservation. But we work hard and we have a lot of projects that a small group of people go through every day. And I'm on travel, Camille's on travel, and we take time out. I'm in the middle of my workday as everybody, the board itself, you know, and I try to talk to these projects when we're not heard, or they just seem like they're just getting so far outlandish in the historic district. I don't even recognize Anacostia anymore. I'm gonna leave it at that because I don't want to take up more time. I know you guys have a lot to do, but I think you get the gist of what I'm saying. Thank you for your time, as always.
All right, thank you, Greta. Does anybody have questions for her? All right. Well, that would conclude public testimony. Does the applicant want to respond to anything that you heard from HAPS?
No, I mean, I think I heard it was Camille's testimony was fairly clear on some of the specifics. I mean, I do think that we had a previous version of the design that I think was deemed too flat by the board, and so the bays were a strategy to introduce some variation on what is a very long facade. And I think breaking the building down into more component digestible parts is our preference, and I think, quite frankly, the appropriate design strategy here. So, I think that as we're developing this, we work, hopefully we can work with staff to refine some of the details with regard to materiality and finishes, and I'm happy to continue the dialogue with them to make sure that we're getting it right.
Okay. Did your process involve meeting with HAPS along the
Yeah,
way?
we did have several consultations with them.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions from board members? Nope. Okay. Then are we ready to deliberate? If so, I'll ask board members to turn on their cameras. All right. I think, we've seen this project now either 5 or 6 times. There's been quite a lot of review of this, and I feel that the project has gotten better over time. We've talked in previous hearings about the size and massing, and I think as a board, we concluded that yes, it is taller, but that the scale is appropriate and compatible. Where we left off last was really focusing on the stairs and the railings. I certainly am much more supportive of the interior stair. It's much improved, having the stairs on the interior and not out front. But the one thing that stands out to me are those canopies over the entries. Would rather not see those. Anyway, I'll stop there. But I am generally in support at this point.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I think scheme B without the front stairs is a very good way to address the comments that were offered last time, because that is a scheme you would tend to find more in streets that are more strictly residential only. So I think it works pretty well. I do think I think the a lot of the tension we're having here is just related to growth, and I think there is when you have a neighborhood like Anacostia that doesn't have a lot of buildings of this height, it does beg the question about compatibility. And I think what the board is faced with is a sort of a kind of trying to nuance those things between that which was and that which it could be in the future. And I think one of the things we asked this team to do was to not have a flat street wall like a downtown sort of, street wall you might find, and have something that was more articulated that would perhaps address the scale of Anacostia. I think they've done that. I think they've been very responsive, and I support Scheme B in particular.
Anyone else?
I would agree with that. I'm in support of the staff report as well.
Yeah, as am I, and I also agree with the preference towards Scheme B.
Okay. Gretchen, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I agree with B. I do think there's still some tuning of materials to be done. In particular, maybe it's not a red brick on the outside and a cream brick, completely on the other end of the spectrum, but maybe there's a red brick and a different kind of red brick, or a browner brick, or something that's a little more tonally compatible with bricks that are used, or brick types that are used within the historic district as a material. I don't think that this should be a contextual building. It's modern. And so I think there's some thinking about that, especially when I look at those little wing walls on either side of the door. Somehow the color and material of those, I think, should relate to the masonry of the center part of the building, and not be yet another kind of brick or another brick material. They should look like they come from that wall and be part of that building. And it would be nice if there were no step when you had to go in, if you could just walk in off of grade into that interior stair would be really nice, both from an accessibility perspective, but also I think it would just make a cleaner front alignment, because the other thing that you're going to find that's sort of tricky as things are developing is you're not going to want to have a lot of, like, I appreciate that the railing is open and it's planted, because I think if the railing at the street front were closed, it's just an opportunity for things to collect. It could be, something, trash blowing on the street. It could be our friends, the rats that are well populated within the district, in all wards of the district. I just saw one outside my own house this morning. So just avoiding those kind of habitats, and making people feel like it's safe to be on the street and they have clear sight lines. This clearly has many attempts to do that in its design, and so keeping that clean approach happening would be great. And I don't really have an object to metal panel in its use. I do think the bay is a different and new vocabulary, but I don't know that I think it's not compatible with the historic district. And I do think that there is some value to having some cover when you're standing at your door going in, but maybe that could be simplified a little bit too, or become a lighter, like a different kind of element, or a lighter element than what's there now, to be there. So I think there's some refinement that should continue to happen with staff. And maybe the balcony pattern, the pattern that's proposed for the balcony rail could be simplified a little bit. Still, an interesting pattern, but maybe simplified a little bit visually, to have sort of a similar visual rhythm and cadence that the windows do, or that the relationship between the windows and the masonry happen, something like that could happen. So maybe just simplifying, and it might be just playing with the scale of that pattern a little bit.
Yeah, I agree with your comments, Gretchen. In particular, the masonry color, I do think it would be strengthened by having less contrast between the masonry at the ends and the center. So certainly that's something that and the other design refinements that you've noted are things that they can work through with staff. So any other thoughts from anyone? If not, then I'll make a motion that we support or approve the current revisions, and ask that the applicant work with staff on the design refinements recommended by the board. Is there a second?
I'll second it. Just one quick note, as we're zooming into this rendering, in the middle, there's like a metal panel, a metal railing that happens between C and D that comes up perpendicular to the building, but I think it's just a drawing error because it goes across part of the sidewalk. Certainly we wouldn't support that, just to go down on record about that. Do you see that when you zoom in? Do you see the ghosted shadow of the person holding the
Yes.
briefcase? There's like a metal panel that seems to obstruct or go across the sidewalk. I think that's just a drafting issue.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you
but-
for pointing it out.
Yeah, it should all be like sort of visually clear as you go through that space, like having railings that obfuscate. Boy, I can't say that word. That block, visually block anything in there. I think, the more open and the more clear it is, and the more you can see in and across and down, the better off that solution will be.
Rich, and just to be clear, I think that's an operable gate. Each of these units would have a gate.
Oh, okay.
I don't think, however, they're allowed to be out swinging, so I think it would have to be an in-swinging gate. So it would probably not ever appear as shown there.
Okay.
Got it. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Then did I have a second? Was there a second?
I seconded and then I commented.
Okay, got it. So then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right. So the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your vote and your comments.
All right. We're ready to proceed with our next application, also in the Anacostia Historic District. This one at 1223 Talbert Street, Southeast. Amani, are you ready to present?
I am. So, all right, good afternoon again. This project is a returning project on 1223 Talbot Street, Southeast. The project returns to the board with a revised concept for construction of a 4-unit residential building above a cellar on a vacant lot located east of Martin Luther King Avenue. The proposed building will be situated on a generous lot between an alley and a 2-story four-square with the cellar within a context of early 20th century housing type. The applicant proposes to construct a 4-unit building, 2 side-by-side stacked units, styled in an interpretation of a 4-square house. The project calls for a high-pitched hip roof with an eave that overhangs the rafters. The roof features shed dormers at each elevation, and the roof and dormers will be clad in asphalt shingle. The body of the house will be clad in siding above a brick foundation, and the property will sit back from the street at an equal distance to its neighbors, accessed by a walkway and steps covered by a full-width porch. The 2 entry doors will be centered on the front facade, and the windows will consist of double-grouped and single-punched openings. The plans do not provide any information on the rear parking pad or garage, but there will be one constructed. The board originally found the hip roof out of scale with the context of the 2-story frame and recommended the applicant study lowering the roof and reducing the massing. The proposed roof revision does reduce that height and removes the flat hip roof for a more compatible roof line. It also adjusts the dormers for more improved proportions and for the dormers set into the roof with a multi-light casement windows. The material and detailing on the siding, trim, and cornice will be coordinated with staff, and staff recommends the board find the concept to be compatible with the character of the historic district. And so I'll let the applicant walk through the revisions. Now, thank you.
Thanks, Mania. Is the applicant ready to present?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you so much, members of the board, for hearing this case again, and we're excited to get your feedback on the revisions that we have done. My name is Christine Proudfoot. I'm with Square 34 Architects, and I'm the project manager for 1223 Talbert Street Southeast. Just to quickly bring you guys back to where we are in terms of space and site and within the Anacostia Historic District. We are, as Amanya said, we're about a block away from MLK as you move east, and the site itself does not have any contributing buildings on it. It is an empty lot. It's approximately 11,000 square feet. It's 280 foot long and about 38 foot wide. And it's surrounded, as Amanya said, by single-family homes, row homes that change in scale as you move up the steep hill of Talbert towards the east. They turn into, there's varying styles. There's Queen Anne, there's Craftsman, there's different types of home styles that we pulled from when we were thinking about the massing and the type of building that we would want to make it compatible within the historic district. Next slide, please. So in terms of the building, the way that it's sited itself, we're maintaining a 30-foot setback. That was something that was a priority to HAPS, members of the AMC and then members of the OP, just so that we were prioritizing the sight lines along Talbert. And so we're keeping that. You saw that last time. We're keeping the size and the scale of the building. But again, we're subdividing the lot in RF1 such that we have two lots that are adjacent to each other, each about 19 foot, 5.5 wide. And it makes for an opportunity where we can get two over twos next to each other. So we're providing 4 units within, as Amanya described, a seemingly single family envelope, which we think is the right move for the neighborhood and compatible with its neighbors. Each one of these units will have a dedicated rear patio and a dedicated parking spot as well. And that was also a priority to the people within the historic district and Talbert Street itself, knowing that parking can be an issue. And so providing that was something that we intend to do, and it's part of the greater site planning. Next slide. So one thing that our biggest challenge, again, last month we were here and there was concerns about the scale of the roof and the size with regard to it being on top of a 2-story frame. And so what we had to balance was, accommodating the program that we needed to at the 3rd level while also, reducing the scale of the roof. And so we were able to do that. This is our updated 3rd floor plan that has bedrooms with the designated egress window on the north and the south side, and the dormers, which we maintained the size of, but in also the position so that they're centered. The shed dormers on the page north and south side are centered among the entire building. So we've maintained that as well. Next slide. And we're also maintaining a standing seam on the shed dormers on the page north and south side, and then we would do asphalt shingle on the page east and west side. Next slide. So here in the north elevation is probably where you'll see the most subtle detailing and the progress that we made. We worked with OP staff over the course of the month and found that there were a couple of maneuvers that we could do that would reduce the scale of the roof. The first thing is changing the floor to floors from the 3rd to the roof level. On the previous submission, it was 11'4", and we reduced it here. You can see it's at 10 foot. And then we also brought the roof up. We raised it such that it was starting at a higher point, and that way we could make the roof shallower. And then now we've eliminated the flat hipped roof condition, but having it now being more compatible single ridge, which I think works better. It decreases the scale and fits in more, I think, with the surrounding single family homes. Some of those consequences were with the dormer at the front was previously a shed. Now it's an inset shed dormer to accommodate the spacing that we needed for the egress windows at the bedroom. And we're maintaining the same materials that we had previously. And I'll talk about that on our next slide. So we are maintaining, either a fiber cement panel or a wood siding here, 4 to 6 inch exposure. I imagine that it would be the type, that you can do the miter corners, so we're not getting the trim pieces on the ends. And we are also doing an asphalt, I think I said this already, an asphalt shingle on the dormer and asphalt shingle on the actual roof itself. And we would vary the shingle and the siding style with using a decorative at the dormers specifically. One other change that was mentioned was the detailing of the porch. We had gotten feedback from staff members and from the board last month that creating this full width porch is it's an Anacostia. In Anacostia, there are so many full width porches and they all have their own detailing and specific language. And so we're using that language. We brought up the brick piers to the bottom of the wood posts. They're circular, 6 inch round, and we would maintain a wood balustrade with turn posts and rails as well to give it some character defining aspects that you would see in Anacostia vernacular. We also reduced the eave projections. I think previously they were 2'10", and we brought these down to 2'6", which also reduces the appearance and of the scale of the roof at the street level. Next slide, please. And moving around the site, one other thing that we talked about with staff was, bringing in more glazing on the side for the units. It's pragmatic, it functions well to make these units brighter, and then also breaks up the facade. We ganged the windows within the shed dormer into 3, 2 casements and a fixed. So that helps it a little bit, I think. Moving around, please, next slide. And this is a mirror of the reverse, so I don't think we have to talk about this. Next slide. And then the south, since again, these are 2 separate lots, there would be one, it's a convenient spiral stair that's added in the rear, such that the units at the top have direct access to come out and access their car or their patio space without, going out and around the alley. So to keep that in line makes sense. Next slide, please. Yep, and then now just to finish, we have a few renderings and one rendering and a few views to further illustrate that we believe that this is a contextual historic intervention, a good solution for planning more units within one lot. And I think I forgot to mention too, we would be using simulated divided lights on those casement windows on the dormer, on the inset dormer, and then maintaining 2/1 windows, which we had previously. So next slide. We look forward to your comments and your feedback, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Do board members have questions at this time? All right. Hearing none, I'm going to keep us moving to public testimony. Unless you were turning on your camera, Gretchen, okay, perfect. Then we'll proceed to public testimony and ask to hear from Camille and Greta.
Oh, this is Greta again. Yes, I see the changes that they've made. I'd like to know about the stairs in the back though. We never saw that. And you have 2, can you show that picture? You have 2 sets of spiral stairs. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you go back to that?
I've never seen that. Has the board seen that previously, or is this new?
I don't think we saw that, or maybe I don't.
Yes, I was trying to figure out what was going on.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine we wouldn't have commented on it. So that's, I don't remember seeing it previously.
Yeah, my thing about the stairs, you're trying to do what back here? You have 2 sets of spiral stairs, and one is for each house, is what I think they're saying. How deep are these stairs, or how far out into the yard do they go? Are they blocking the windows at the bottom? Is there a door to come out the rear? I don't quite understand all the stairs yet, because it's just been introduced. Why wouldn't you just have a regular porch and you enter from the inside of the house out into the back deck. That's one of my main questions. That's it for me. Thank you. I just like a better explanation of the stairs and what's going on and how deep they are, how far they go into the yard. Is there a door behind them?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for asking about that. So since was that it for you, Greta? It sounds like it was. So then I'll turn to the applicant.
I was muted. Yes, that's all. I will let the board comment on the rest of it, but that was my main concern. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So can you speak to the stair?
Sure, absolutely. My apologies. These were that's a valid concern. These were in our site plan at the previous submission, and they've always been there. We've always included a convenience stair for, again, these are 2 stacked townhomes, and so the units on the top 2 floors, without having those stairs, you would have to go downstairs through your unit, out the front door, around to the back of the lot to access your patio or your car. So these are we believe are a necessity for anybody who lives on those upper units to get out quickly, enjoy their patio space, enjoy their car. So it is convenience. It's not for egress reasons whatsoever. And because it is, in zoning, these are 2 separate lots, 2 discrete and separate lots, so we need to provide them on either side. We can't just share one stair. And I would point to, with Greta's comment in regard to how far they are, how wide they are, these would be a pretty standard, 5-foot diameter, and we're well under the required rear yard setbacks itself for the lot, which is 20 feet. So
Could you have a shared stair if you had an easement with each of the properties?
potentially, we've discussed that as something that we have to talk to you about with our zoning attorney, potentially.
Yeah, that would be a much better solution if that is able to happen.
Marnie, this is Steve. There's another solution that I think the board saw on a project in the Shaw Historic District where the spiral stair was embedded within the footprint of the rear deck as opposed to external of the footprint of the rear deck. So at least it pulls it within the mass of a deck, which makes it a lot less of a big, huge structural object independent of the deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that could help too. Certainly. All right. Was Camille on to speak about this application as well?
Yes, yeah, registered. I think, nothing much to add. I think it just asks that HPO looks closely at the material, and so that, because I think, sometime between what is approved and what we see at the end, we have a few times some bad surprises. So, the width of the siding shouldn't be too tall, like 6. I don't know if it's 6 or, but siding usually they're more historically 3 to 4 inches tall and so on. I think please coordinate with HPO on that, because that's make a huge difference on the final look of the building. Same thing for the detail around the windows. Many times we've seen sometimes like just people putting just like a flat piece of wood around the windows and not putting really any setback on the window. So you end up having some very flat window, no details. So I think it's important to have enough detail. Like usually the header is a bit more detailed. So I don't think we need to drill around that here. I think HPO knows well the type of detail. I think they should see if it needs to be adjusted on the rendering so that there is no issues during the execution. But that will make a huge difference. Okay, so that's the only request. Thank you.
Okay.
Could
Thanks.
I just say something quickly in response to Steve's comment?
Sure.
Sure. So we are granted with a very large, long lot, 280 feet, and we would absolutely propose bringing it in board would be a good scenario. I think would be amenable to the client and the proposed solution.
That's great. Thank you. Any other questions from board members? All right. Then if there are no other questions, are we ready to deliberate? If so, I'll ask board members to turn on their cameras. Great. And I'll start by saying I think this has come a long way, and with the change to the spiral stair that Steve recommended the applicant said they could adhere to, I am in support of this. And would delegate to staff to work through the details. So anyone have anything they want to add? All right, then I will make a motion to support the revised application with the revision to the stair.
I'll second.
All right, motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Do we have? I don't know if we lost Gretchen. But anyone oppose? All right.
Looks like Gretchen's muted.
Yeah, for some reason she's muted. I don't know if she's stepped away for a moment. But yeah. I don't know if we should give her a minute. Let me text her.
Well, where are we on the vote?
Well, I only see the two of us. I believe Carissa is had to leave. I think Andrew's still here.
I'm here. I voted.
Okay. Okay. All right. I couldn't see you. All right. So, well, then the motion carries regardless, because we have support at least from three of us.
Yeah, Gretchen must have stepped away from.
Yeah, I think she
computer
must
for a
have
moment.
stepped away. But the motion carries with 3 votes. So, all right.
Great. Thank you guys so much for your feedback.
Thank you. All right. So we'll keep moving to our next case, which is 1515 9th Street Northwest. Does staff want to make your presentation first?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Give me 1 second to boot up my staff report, my multiple
Sure.
screens.
Oh, you're glitchy. I was wondering who that was.
Okay, I'm ready. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, fellow members of the board. This is staff report for 1515 9th Street Northwest in the Shaw Historic District, HPA number 23-215. My name is Brendan Meyer. I'm the Historic Preservation Reviewer for the Shaw Historic District for the Historic Preservation Office. The applicant is owner Blue Ridge 1515 9th Street LLC, and they seek continuing concept review to demolish a non-contributing building and construct a new 6-story plus penthouse building at the address. Plans were prepared by Monarch Urban, and the board did hear this application at the March meeting without taking a vote. I'll skip the description of the property and the context with a simple reminder that this site is in the midst of a row of historic buildings that range from 2 to 4 stories in height. Across the street is the very large and prominent Shiloh Baptist Church. The blocks to the south feature many examples of new construction ranging in height from 6 to 8 stories approximately. At the March meeting, the board reviewed a concept design to clear the site of the existing structures, which are non-contributing, and construct a new 6-story plus penthouse brick building. That design showed a front facade that was broken down primarily into 4 large areas: a pair of 5-story tall frontispieces, a 3-story tall section of facade that formed a sort of shoulder to the overall composition and flanked the facade, the north end of the facade, and a 6-story main block which backdropped these frontispieces. I've included a rendering of that proposal, figure 1 at the end of the staff report for the board's reference. That's what the board saw in March. The board heard testimony from constituents and neighborhood residents, some in support of the concept and others opposed to the height of the building and its fenestration. The board's deliberation focused on 3 points: the height of the new building relative to the short historic buildings it would join. 2, the static interface of the building to the public space due to the long proposed basement areaway along the bottom of the building. And 3, the window proportions of the front facade. The board did not take a vote and advised the applicant to make revisions addressing these 3 points. The staff evaluates the revisions, so forth. The frontispieces have been lowered. The southern one is now 4 stories, while the northern one is now 3 stories and has been widened to absorb the piece that had previously been a shoulder to the facade. The height of the main block of the building has not been revised. The prominence of the basement areaways has been reduced by shortening them in favor of additional landscaping, and also by replacing the previously tall retaining walls above the sidewalk around the areaways. Those have been replaced with curbs topped by open railings. The fenestration of the frontispieces have been revised to a more traditional arrangement by removing the vertical metal panels from the window openings, which had created an asymmetrical sort of configuration. And the windows are now centered in the opening with a vertical mullion between window units. The revisions are generally positive responses to the board's recommendations. The lowered frontispieces align more closely with the heights of the small historic buildings on this part of the block. And the different heights of the frontispieces correlate with the fact that the historic buildings themselves differ in height between 2 and 4 stories. Revising the fenestration of the frontispieces to a more traditional configuration also synchronizes with the traditional fenestration of the historic buildings. And the improvements to the areaways are modest by virtue of reducing their prominence. In conclusion, the HPO recommends that the board find the concept design for the new construction to be compatible with the character of the historic district and to delegate final approval to staff. I'll remain online and available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. Is the applicant ready to present your revisions? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nick Jesse. I'm a principal at Monarch Urban who's sponsoring the project and also an ANC 2G resident where the site is located. Today we're presenting the updated concept design for 1515 9th Street Northwest, which was prepared by our architects Kevin and Asakos Berry of CASA based on feedback from the board, ANC 2G, and the DC Preservation League. I'll focus the presentation on 4 primary areas of adjustment. First, the massing along 9th Street. Second, the window proportions and detailing. Third, the overall masonry detailing. And fourth, the streetscape and pedestrian experience. Overall, we're very pleased with how the adjustments have turned out and think that it's a much better building because of the feedback that we received. Next slide, please. I'll just breeze through most of these context slides, but to refresh everyone's memory, the site is located on the east side of 9th Street Northwest between P and Q. It sits directly across from Shiloh Baptist Church, who is supportive of the project. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. So here we can begin to see the bulk of the adjustments that were made to the design since the last time we came before the board. First and foremost, the adjustments to the massing along 9th Street that Brendan mentioned. The previous 5-story volumes have been reduced to 4 and 3-story expressions, and the previously distinct 3-story entry structure has been incorporated into the 3-story northern volume. We think this has allowed for both a more gradual decrease in overall height from south to north, as well as just a more balanced composition of the facade. By reducing these volumes, we were able to allow the rear volume to take on a more significant character too, since it was more difficult to perceive previously behind the 5-story volumes. So when we did those massing adjustments, we decided to split the detailing of the masonry and the windows as well into a more traditional arrangement at the street and a more contemporary language above on the rear volume. So as Brendan mentioned, and as you can see, the windows within the 3 and 4-story volumes are now symmetrical around vertical mullion. And we did maintain the original metal jamb detail on the upper floors in order to differentiate that section of the facade from what was going on at the street. The masonry follows a similar language. So we've adjusted the brick patterning within the gray fields to emphasize the verticality of the pier elements and reduced the vertical brick to the spandrel areas of the facade, both of which were DCPL comments previously that we felt were really spot on. And we developed some simpler window surround and cornice details that still relate to the overall composition of the building. I think really the most successful update is by providing a larger palette on the lighter portion of the building. We're able to really emphasize the basket weave brick pattern in a much more meaningful way than we had before, including turning the corner onto that north facade. Just being able to have a more contiguous area allowed us to have that be a much more prominent feature. Next slide, please. So these next 2 slides speak to the streetscape and the pedestrian experience and how the building meets the ground. So based on your feedback, we really tried to create a more regular rhythm of doors, areaways, and planting areas. As a result, we've increased the amount of landscaping, both in front of the areaways themselves, between the sidewalk and the railing, and then provide for some additional deeper contiguous areas, both towards the middle of the building and at the southern end of the building. We were able to reduce the areaway length and width to try to minimize that as a pedestrian feature so that it became much less visible. Next slide, please. This is just another view looking north on the sidewalk where you can start to see the rhythm that takes place along the street. Next slide. So here we have a view from further to the north, which again allows for an overall perspective of the primary facades and additional context of the townhomes and commercial structures to the north, and shows the gradual increase in height along 9th Street. Next slide, please. Here is a perspective from the south, showing the relationship to some of the newer residential buildings towards the corner of 9th and P. And also you can start to see a little bit of Shiloh across 9th Street to the left of the screen. Next slide, please. So here we have an enlarged view showing a number of the material attributes of the building, including both of the different window and material detail and masonry details between the front and rear volumes. You can start to see we've included a modular brick in the front gray structure and a Norman brick in the rear lighter structure to differentiate those as well. Next slide, please. In the rear, we have some exterior balconies and parking spaces that face the alley and a landscaped outdoor amenity area. Next slide, please. We've included the diagrammatic plans again, showing some updates to the streetscape and front volumes as they travel up through the building. Next slide. Here we have the front facade, where again you can see the different levels and stepping that occurs as we transition from south to north. And also we have the south elevation, which primarily includes a few at-risk windows. Slide. Here is the rear facade on your left. Again, stepping down to the north and the north elevation with the opportunity for glazing that we discussed last time based on that 15-foot setback of the primary volume of the building from the north property line. I think that's really it for the updates. Steve, maybe we can just leave it on page 12, the material overview, in case anyone has questions there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Do board members have any questions at this time? We do have quite a few people registered to speak on this application, so we can certainly come back to board questions after public testimony. We will now proceed to testimony, and I'll ask Brian Janovitz to speak. If Brian Janovitz is on. No? Okay.
Hello, are you able to hear me okay?
Oh, now I can, yes.
Okay, sorry, I was unable to unmute myself, but I think they've unmuted me. So shall I begin?
Yes, please.
Well, great, thank you. And thank you again for the opportunity to address this. I've reviewed the revisions, as of course have a number of other neighbors, and my conclusion, like theirs, is that this building continues to flat out not fit with the historic aesthetic of Shaw. The people with the strongest incentives to genuinely care about historic preservation of that aesthetic, those of us who live in the near vicinity, have spoken consistently and passionately that we do not want this. Anyone who knows this block understands that this building has no place there. And I would direct you to the photos I submitted, which I hope give a real sense of what this neighborhood feels like, which I think is in contrast to the kind of selectively presented illustrations before you. But separate from the chorus of opposition from residents, it's apparent that this proposed structure is simply way too big to any kind of preservation of the historic aesthetic of Shaw. The developer's initial presentation at the last meeting had slides trying to show tall buildings in the area, making very clear that they were well aware that it was way too big. Even if we look at kind of the arguments that are being made for how this might fit, are all with reference to things that are ahistoric to this largely commercial block where large buildings have been able to be built. The 3 to 4, the lowered parts in the front, I do think stretch the bounds, although I think there was a fair point made that the rest of the block has some uneven heights, although all 2 to 3 stories. So this is stretching that. But if the structure, the whole structure, was at those heights, then maybe along with kind of the aesthetic changes that the board recommended last time to some of the front and some of these revisions that have been made, maybe there's a case then that you have tried to enhance and fit in with the historic character. But of course, right behind those initial front sections is this same massive structure rising way into the air that will literally dwarf all of the surrounding buildings, both on 8th Street that back up to it and on 9th Street down the block. So I understand the need the desire to try to get to yes, but the message to developers should be clear. We welcome your development here. We do not stand in the way, and we do want new neighbors. But in order to do it, you have to look at the historic nature of this neighborhood and fit in, enhance it, do not detract from this. This fails quite manifestly at that, and for that reason, I continue to strongly oppose any approval of this project as consistent with the preservation of historic Shaw.
Thank you for your testimony. Do any board members have questions for him? Okay. Then we will proceed to the next person, who is Sheena Berry, representing ANC 2G05.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Okay. Yes. Hi. I am a commissioner for 2G05, also in ANC 2G, of course. I think my position on this building has been clear. I heard in meetings, countless meetings from constituents, that they did not support this building, although the bulk of the ANC did vote to support the building. As the lone commissioner, I saw that, by myself, I saw that there was too many constituents that did not support the building. And I stand by that because I am a representative of the people who live here. And the people who are most affected by this building are the people who will be living directly behind it. And they had a voice. So I made sure I went out and did community engagement, knocked on doors around that, where the proposed site is, and let it be known that this is what is going to be in your backyard, which, not to mention, is very small at the moment. And I just thought about what I would want as a neighbor. I don't feel like, the voices of those people have been heard. You just heard Mr. Janovich. He is one of those people who will be directly affected by this huge building being in his backyard. And I think a lot of the people you hear that will support this project will monetarily benefit from having this large development placed in the historic district. It looks it looks quite odd when you're standing on the street, across the street. If you're right in front of Shiloh Baptist and you're looking across the street, to see a 2-story building, and then to imagine a building that goes up to 7 stories. This design requires that a map amendment is made, and that the possibility that the developers could possibly go up to 75 feet high in 75 feet stories high. That's a problem. That definitely disturbs the look of the street on that side of the street. And I know that this picture that's the slide that is currently on slide 12, it's very hard to tell right now, because that's the slide that is on. But if you, I see the improvements that they made according to your suggestions, and I do see those as improvements, but I do not feel like these pictures give an accurate account of what you actually see when you're standing on the street. And this building absolutely doesn't fit within Shaw Historic District. It takes away from the aesthetics of the Shaw Historic District. These homes are definitely historic. You can see the material of the homes, they're siding and brick. And this building is very modern, although there is a building right next to it that is redone and modern. It is only as high as the front facade of the building. The back of the building and the middle of the building still remain to be 7 feet tall. 7 stories tall. And I think that that is a problem for this neighborhood. Like Mr. Janovich said, the people of this block and of Shaw do welcome this project, but they do not welcome a project that overtakes their district, that takes away from them living in the historic district. And that's what this building does. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your statement. Any questions for the commissioner? All right, the next person we have registered is Bernard Berry.
Chair Heath, Bernard is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Then next is Leroy Thorpe. Leroy Thorpe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, good afternoon. Alhaji Monty Leroy J. Thorpe Jr. I am the president of the the Shaw East Central Civic Association. as well as the chairman of Citizen Organized Patrol Efforts, commonly referred to as Red Hats, a crime-fighting organization that works with the DC Metropolitan Police. Both organizations are in the boundaries of 1515 9th Street Northwest. I concur with everything Commissioner Berry said. We welcome the project. However, we would like it to basically adhere to the historic preservation's guidelines and height regulations. That if we can scale down that project, that it doesn't overshadow the homes that currently exist on 9th Street as well as 8th Street, which would probably be some type of adversity regarding them not being able to get enough sun, that type of thing. So I'm going to have to pose this project, and I hope the historic preservation concurs with those in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Any questions for Mr. Thorpe? All right, then the last person we have registered is Rebecca Miller with DC Preservation League.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hello. Hello, members of the board. My name is Rebecca Miller. I am the Executive Director of the DC Preservation League, the citywide nonprofit advocate for historic resources. The Project Review Committee of the DC Preservation League thanks all involved for this opportunity to review and provide comments on the revised concept for the building at 1515 9th Street in the Shaw Historic District. And we appreciate the applicant's response to DCPL's and HPRB's comments, and is supportive of the concept with the following suggestions. The revised refined sidewalk facing light wells will ensure the building remains rooted in its site, will provide adequate passage for pedestrians, and will contribute foliage along 9th Street. DCPL remains concerned about the maintenance of the interior of the light wells, which will be critical to the health and enjoyment of the residents in those units. Window operation should simplify cleaning these spaces, so whatever that function may be. The reshaping of the dark and light brick portions of the facade is a significant improvement from the previous proposal. It creates a smoother transition to the north and unites the northern bay of the building into the overall composition. Reducing the height of the dark brick portion to 3 stories allows the lighter 6-story section to develop its own character, and the design team has used detailing brick coursing and window framing materials to create a more traditional presence for the dark section and a more contemporary character for the lighter section. The bronze aluminum window chamfers remain on the upper 6-story portion of the building. As the design team knows, these elements were where different materials join at irregular angles are notoriously difficult to detail and construct. The committee urges that the design team take all care to ensure that these areas are both watertight and beautiful. The balconies appear to be wider than in the previous proposal, creating an interesting interplay in the facade. The first floor balcony is coplanar with the main facade, while the upper floor balconies are a bit recessed. The detailing of these elements may benefit from further study, but DCPL believes the width and centrality of these balconies contribute to the overall design. And that's all the comments that we have for now. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you all deliberate at all about the height?
We had no issue with the height. As we stated in our previous testimony, I think that was in March, we did not have a concern about the height and thought that the stepping down towards the lower buildings on 9th Street to the north was appropriate. And this is actually even more appropriate now since it's stepped down a little bit further.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Miller from board members? Okay. All right, then I will turn back to the applicant if there are comments that you'd like to make or a response that you'd like to offer for to the comments that you heard from public testimony. You have the opportunity to do that now.
Sure, I'll just offer a few brief responses. I think first, it is just important to note that when the Shaw Historic District was created, it was explicitly noted that the resources of this particular district include row homes next to larger apartment buildings, and that is certainly the norm for this district. Regarding the overall height and the comprehensive plan, professional staff and experts from HPO and DCPL, who Rebecca mentioned at the previous meeting, was instrumental in the creation of the Shaw Historic District, didn't come to the same conclusion that the building height was too tall. Recent comp plan amendments passed by OP and the City Council specifically identify this site as one that can and should include additional density, and so we're simply responding to that with a project. And there was a shadow study that was prepared and provided to the ANC and neighbors requesting it that shows a really nominal difference to what has been described as a more appropriate height for this project. So, we're proud of the design. We do have a number of letters of support that are in the record from immediate neighbors of the project, and feel like we've ended up at a really good place here.
Okay, thank you. Any additional or any questions? I don't know that we've had any so far, but any final questions from the board? If not, then are we ready to deliberate? If so, I'll ask you to turn on your camera. Let's see.
Marnique, I do have a question of the applicant. Actually, when I look at your lot on the zoning map, some of this tension, of course, is coming because part of your lot is RF1 and part of it is MU4. And I know we're not zoning, but when I look at MU4, the max height is 50 feet. But can you tell me how you're getting to 74?
Sure. There is a pending map amendment for the site.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Okay, thanks.
To consolidate the lot into one contiguous zone that aligns with the comp plan. And that has been set down by the zoning commission.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Any other follow-up questions? All right. Then, does anybody have any thoughts that they'd like to share to start deliberation? All right. Go ahead, Matt.
Well, I think, I'm not sure I was in on the earlier discussion of this project. I didn't, I found the earlier version to be fine. I didn't really have too many problems with it. But it's pretty clear that when you look at the context here, that this part of this block is a sort of a transitional zone to the lower height stuff to the left of this image. The church across the street, and I think there's another institution there as well, are pretty big buildings. As near as I can tell, I think the what is it? The Gregory Family Life Center. It's pretty big. So I think there's, and of course the stuff on the other side of the street, the old Low Street Market stuff is also rather large, and also on that side of the street it's larger, I should say. So I guess I don't have a problem with the height. I think the building will fit in very nicely. Because I thought that of the previous version. But, I support the staff recommendations.
Yeah, I do think that lowering the front facades, the darker masses, is an improvement. I get that there's a lot of variation. in this part of Shaw in terms of height. And certainly on this block, the scale right now tends to be lower. And so I think this helps modulate that. So I definitely think it's an improvement. Taking those from what I think was 5 stories down to 3 and 4. So yeah, I'm ready to support this as well. Any other thoughts? All right, then I'll make a motion to approve the revised application and ask for a
Well,
second.
one thing I wondered, Marnique, is if you'd consider having it come back to us, not be delegated to staff, or do you want it to be delegated to staff?
What was your thinking about having it come back to us?
I just would be curious to have more information on how they're revising any of the detailing, and also providing any opportunity for the public to provide comment on it as it develops too.
Okay, all right, certainly. I'll support that. So we'll include that in the motion that this would come back to the board rather than being delegated to staff. Is there a second?
Sure, but I have a question about that. So what are the issues we want? Should we be more specific about the issues we want to visit when it comes back?
I just want to see the project as it develops. So as they refine and develop more of the details on the exterior and prepare the final submission. This is not the final.
Yeah, it's not
So,
that we're asking them to change something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or modify something as a result. Oh, I see a note from staff that there was one person who wanted to testify who was not on our list. Is that person still on the line?
Chair Heath, yes, Kyle McFadden.
Yes, this is Kyle McFadden. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I registered for the meeting and was unable to unmute myself for chat, so I appreciate whoever jumped in and flagged that. I'm a resident in the neighborhood and would like to quickly testify, if you can give me a minute of your time. I'm going to share the concerns of the majority of the speakers that spoke on today's call. I'm a newer resident of the neighborhood, recently purchased a condo unit, and the explicit reason I purchased that unit is because this is part of a historic district. I loved that there was great access to light and air. I loved the historic preservation efforts that had been underway and I assumed would continue to be underway in the neighborhood. And that's chief part of my enjoyment of the neighborhood. This project, though I understand modifications have been made, and I think that it's going in a better direction, I'm going to share the concerns of every speaker besides one today and say that the height of the building is just too big and not in character with the block. These architectural renderings do show some bigger buildings to the south, but what it fails to take into account is how the 8th Street buildings will be impacted and the buildings to the north of the project will be impacted. I think this is a fundamental issue for the neighborhood. We would love to have more development, love to have more neighbors, but I do think it greatly diminishes the historical nature of the block, which is significantly lower than any of the neighboring blocks. I would like to emphasize the significance of this to my enjoyment of the neighborhood. I do think it's going to detract from future investment in the neighborhood, future engagement in the neighborhood, and will make me reconsider my decision to continue living in the neighborhood rather than renting out. I think that is the extent of it. Just basically detracts from the charm. And I think 3 to 4 stories is appropriate, but the 7 stories is not in line with the other design features of the neighborhood.
Thank you. I'm sorry we missed you. I didn't have you on our initial list, so thank you for letting us know that you were here and ready to and waiting to testify. Any questions for this witness? All right, then I will, we've already made a motion. I believe it was seconded. And so now we're prepared to take a vote on the motion to approve. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That's all of us. So the motion carries. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, and we've reached our last application for the day. 512 10th Street in the Downtown Historic District. Would staff like to present first?
Sure. Yeah, this is a revision to a project that the board saw at the concept level 2 times about 3 years ago that focuses on the little sort of art moderne sort of building that you see behind the tree next to the building with the green bays in this image, right next to the very tall, thin building. It was originally built as a Pepco substation, but it was entirely rebuilt and reclad in 1963 with a terracotta facade and sort of either a very late Art Moderne style or a very, very early postmodern style, whichever you prefer, and for conversion to an office building for Pepco. The building is contributing to the Pennsylvania Avenue National Historic Site. The board approved a project after 2 reviews to add a 2-story roof addition on the building and conversion of it to rehearsal space and office space and support spaces for Ford's Theater located across the street. When it went through the reviews, it was this is the rendering that the board saw with the approved design. As you see, it was sort of a glass box or sort of a series of 2 glass forms. The southern one of which was covered in a metal scrim that the board initially had design concerns about when it was proposed with a sort of a bold graphic pattern on it. This was the approved design, which was a much finer scaled scrim. And the board noted that one of the aspects that you liked about it was that it would help diffuse the light from the addition. So that's sort of where the board left off. The staff subsequently approved the permit for its construction, and the project is under construction. However, due to budget issues, Ford's Theater has been forced to look at some substantial cost cutting to this project, and they are seeking to eliminate this metal scrim. When they approached the HPO office about this, they initially proposed to simply take off the scrim and have the underlying building exposed. We worked with them to refine the design of the skin a little bit to slightly adjust the proportions and the detailing of it with the realization that now it was going to be exposed. It needed to maybe go through another level of design review. And they have submitted 2 different proposals for your consideration. One is what is shown here, which is to clad a portion of the side of the building in metal panel, and then the majority of the glass that you're seeing here, with the exception of the 4 windows that are sort of closest to us on the first level of the addition here, the majority of the glass here is a frosted glass. So it would still achieve the same effect of diffusing the light, or a similar effect of diffusing the light that the metal scrim offered. The second option for this, I actually misdescribed in the staff report. I stated that it was proposing to clad the portions that are not vision glass on the southern portion. I said it was more metal panel. It was actually, it's a bronze tinted glass. These are just, this is a nighttime image of the frosted glass option. And then this is a bronze tinted glass on that southern portion, not metal panel, as was described in the staff report. We looked at several different options, including metal panel, but that's not what was submitted. And then again, there are some various views showing the various options. Glass buildings are can be hard to render to get a full understanding of what it's actually going to look like. But the applicants have submitted these to try and render how this would appear in the two different options. And no visibility from the north, so no real change there. And then some images of how it might be detailed. This is the bronze tinted glass on the right, 3B. And then some images of the materials themselves, which again are hard to render with precision or accuracy as to what they actually look like in a rendering, but give you the idea. So since the applicants have worked to try and address the board's previous concern about ensuring that this not be an overlit, very bright box at night, we think that both options would work equally well. In the staff report, again, when we were thinking it was metal panel, we were concerned that that was going to look a little cheap as a front facade elevation and a little bit too enclosed. But I think the bronze glass idea could work as well as the frosted glass could. So we're seeking your approval for one or both of these two options to allow the project to continue.
All right.
Did you toggle back and forth between the two options, Tim or Steve?
Yeah, so this is the bronze glass option. And that's the frosted glass above with clear glass. Number 2 is the clear glass. And all of the facade of the northern portion of the addition is frosted glass.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And this one keeps the frosted glass on the northern portion, bronze glass on the southern portion, except for where 2 is indicated, which is the vision glass.
So what do we call these, A and B? Have you guys labeled them at all?
Yeah, why don't we call the all frosted glass A and the bronze glass option B?
Okay.
Okay.
Or
Did
we
you
can
have
call it
any
bronze.
other?
We can call it bronze glass too.
Sure. Did you have any follow-up questions, Matt?
No, that's exactly what I wanted to know. Thank you.
All right. Not sure how much more the applicant really needs to present, but you have the opportunity to do so now. If you'd like, you don't have to. I'm not hearing anyone.
I guess that might be my opportunity to speak. If I may, I'm Paul Tatro, the director of the Ford's Theater. And I just say very briefly that, you know, we love the design that you approved previously. And sadly, you know, since the pandemic, this was approved pre-pandemic, and since the pandemic, you know, I don't have to tell you all, but you know, our costs have gone through the roof, and you know, this project has added multiple millions of dollars to it. And given, you know, sort of all of our, you know, major fundraising needs, we're just trying to look at this in terms of value engineering. it really is about budget issues and trying to, put forward the best building possible for what our needs are and trying to be as cost efficient with public dollars as we can be. As you all know, we are great stewards of this historic block and take that responsibility very seriously. This is going to be an amazing community asset for the city, as well as, tourists and visitors that come to us. I just want to thank you all very much for your time and your attention and your consideration for these slight changes that we have on this. And I know that we've got a great, smart group of folks here from OTJ who can answer any technical questions, but as the head of the theater, I just wanted to come and say I really appreciate your consideration for where we're going. As I think Steve said, this project is already begun, and the previous building behind it has been taken down, and we're moving forward. So it's very exciting, but we have budget challenges, and we're trying to address those, and yet also keep in mind the historic nature of the block. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions. But again, I think you've got our capable team here to answer technical questions.
Okay, thank you. Does the board have any questions? Any questions? I believe Rebecca Miller is registered to speak on this application as well.
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me just start. Rebecca Miller, DC Preservation League. We only actually had the benefit of seeing option A, not option B. And I'm wondering, and this is just a request, which you are, of course, welcome to deny, whether or not we couldn't postpone a decision until next Thursday, so we have the opportunity to see this one, the Project Review Committee, because our comments were based on just option A. And I suspect that some of the committee's concerns may have been alleviated with option B. But that's entirely up to you all, obviously. I don't want to speak for the committee, but we had suggested in our comments about pulling the side facade around the front. And with the new glazing, that may be something that the committee is then comfortable with. Just given as they saw it before with option A, they just felt like it was a glass facade kind of pasted on the front of this. And I put in our testimony, Joseph Taylor, former HPRB, obviously wanted me to just say it just wasn't ready for prime time yet. So
sounds just like him.
Yes, he wanted me to relay that to you all. So so that, and then our other concern was how the glass meets the building to the north, and whether or not there was an opportunity to study the intersection of the glazing and the spandrel panels with that building, just with a material change or something to help soften the abutment. So those were really our concerns. And so that's, so like I said, option B is new to us, and I'd like the opportunity for the committee to look at it. But again, it is up to you all as to whether or not you are willing to postpone your decision until next Thursday.
I would not mind doing that. Anyone have an issue with that?
Fine by me.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can just pick back up where we left off and allow you to speak, Rebecca, and then we can move to board deliberation. So I'm fine with that.
If it's positive, we could certainly share that with Mr. Calcott, and perhaps it just needs to be a consent item then. So.
Sure, that's possible as well.
I think if we're going to delay this, then that's a great idea. So thank you, Ms. Miller, for that suggestion.
Yeah. All right.
So just to be clear, we will for the time being, schedule this at the end of the existing hearing on the agenda. However, it's the board's feeling that if we were to receive an approval letter, a letter of no objection from the DC Preservation League, we could reschedule it for a consent item.
Yes. Yes. That works for us. You don't have any issues with that, Steve?
I don't. I just want to make sure that we're not cutting off any board members who had anything to say about either.
Well, I think. Well, sorry. Go ahead, Marty.
I was gonna say, even if we decide to put it on consent next week, we would still be able to take comments. But certainly, yeah. Go ahead, Matt.
Well, I was just going to say is that the version we're looking at here, I think is very different than the one where the glass seems to operate as a monolithic surface, and the bronze one where the glass is bronze, you can flip back to that one, does make a very different scale reading of the facade. And I think that's, probably the germane issue here, aside from the abruptness of the blank sidewall, which I don't know. I guess they do have some, looking a little more closely, they do have panels there, and you would see some small relief on that. Not much, but I think they are characteristically actually quite different. And it would be useful to have somewhat of a discussion about those nuances, because I guess you would see this given the perspective they provided us with. This is fairly visible on the streetscape. So
Yes. Yeah.
My understanding from OTJ is they actually developed this in response. Well, I think they had it, but had not submitted it. But after getting the feedback from DCPL, they included this in the submission as an alternative option to sort of address that concern about trying to unite the side and the front elevations more effectively.
Could you go back to the other one real quick, Steve? Yeah, I mean that's a very good point, because in this one, the front's the front and the side's the side, and they seem not to have a whole lot to do with each other, unless there was a better color match or something you'd be trying to do. Yeah. It would be worth a discussion, I think. I mean, you can still talk about it, right, on the consent calendar.
We definitely can. We can offer comments.
Okay.
And discuss. Any other questions from board members before we conclude today?
May I say a few words as the architect? Just a couple. It's Georgina Sperber here from OTJ Architects. I'm the project manager for the project. I've been working on it for probably 5.5 years, I think, at this point. We did, as Steve Calcutt said, try to go back to this idea that we looked at of the bronze glazing once we met with DCPL. And Rebecca, I want to apologize that we didn't send you the scheme. We had meant to. I don't know how that slipped through the cracks, and I apologize, because that obviously would have helped if we'd got that to you before this meeting. But the metal panels on the south facade that you're seeing there, those were always there, and those were what was under the scrim, so to speak, and the glazed portion on the end was also under what was there. And what we've done, sort of once the scrim went away, basically, in working with Steve, was trying to make some of those proportions of the glazing work and trying to make this glowing box end less visible, which is what we were trying to achieve with the opaque glass, and then now with the bronze glass. Rebecca, another comment that we received from DCPL was a concern about the ribbon window portion within the panels, and that being a distracting element. And in that, we also have added the bronze glazing to that to try and make that be a little, it is flush with the panels and detailing, but we added the sort of bronze glazing to that, actually in both schemes, in both the clear glass scheme and the bronze glass end scheme, to just try and make that sort of box element, so to speak, and the metal panels kind of read more seamlessly, and that ribbon element not stand out as much as it was standing out. So that's some of the design tweaking that we did after meeting with DCPL. And Chris Leonberg, our Director of Design, is also on here. Chris, I don't know if you wanted to say a few words about just the design and kind of what we've tried to do. We basically have tried to be mindful of not adding too much additional cost to the project when we're trying to reduce, the costs. So it's sort of trying to be mindful and clever with the materials that we had in place, and how we can work with those from proportions, and just some tweaking with frosted glass or bronze glass, and that sort of approach. Chris, I don't know if you want to speak to anything.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks, Regina. Yeah, I mean, I think, Mr. Kokot's, explanation covered most of what I would have presented on the project. But yeah, just to kind of reiterate what's been said, the changes we made were, to really just work with what had been underlying, again, as a kind of to work with the materials that were already within the project, so as not to add cost to the project, since that's the objective of this change. And then some of the refinements we made were, really just responding to that desire to, kind of minimize the impact of the addition, and also to, work with the context and making sure that from a material standpoint, while the materials are quite different, we feel they're very compatible with the existing context of the historic resources. And I think, if anything, the removal of the scrim or screening element does help to reduce the scale of this addition a little bit as well, which we also felt was a helpful move to kind of make this a secondary element within the kind of the context of the block. And I think that's all I'd have to add at this point.
Okay. All right. Well, then we will conclude for today and pick back up next Thursday. And we'll hear testimony from DCPL following their review of these options. And then you'll have the opportunity to engage with the board again following their testimony. All right. Thank you. That concludes our day.
Thank you.
See you next week.